I was watching some stuff. Give me a minute. Just getting prepped for stream with the hype music because I feel like a fucking Dark Souls boss, chat. Don't DMCA me. But I'll be right back. Yeah, this is why I'm taking a minute. Give me a second. Alright. So, disclaimer. To make this build happen, I broke a couple personal rules. Okay, I broke a couple personal rules. It's in the name of, breaking expectations. Also, I'm out of breath because I've been running around cleaning up cat-related messes for like 5 minutes. When I totally forgot to do it before I hit start, so that's why I had music on. I was hiding myself up into the proper mood. The proper mood for this, because this build makes me feel like a Dark Souls boss, and it's so cool. I've been listening to various video game music I like while playing it, which is always a good sign. So, this cat will let me have my arm back. Yep, there we go. Yep, hi Kevin, hi chat. Cat clean speedrun, it do be like that. Priz. Melee, I've heard this before. I'm actually connecting with the weapon this time. Thank you for the 19 months, Priz. Alert's gonna come through at some point. I really gotta address that again. But anyway, hi everyone. Good to see all you. Wales, good to see you. Glad you can make a stream. Conman, Spook That's Strange, Mr. Adblock, Jester, Tenor Madness, Jaybridge. I expect to hear you shout 20 each time you get a critical melee hit. Oh no.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Melee, I've heard this before.
You have. Patronkus, how are you? Foster, good to see you. Hazel, Sean the Sheepish. Question, I have a melee weapon that has damage to enemies over 95% health, also has the 30 over 70% health. Would they stack it? Is there any weird interaction? Should just get both. Now, depending on what damage type each is, you could have a different result. I don't know if the... I only know one of those has been tested. Depends on if they're in the same category, then they multiply each other, and then it's hugely impactful. If they just add together, then it's like, eh. Anything in the name of bonk? More like swing, big swing. All right, I'll show you. I'll show you while I explain this. So, I took this setup through allergies. I took it through allergies. I took this through a few Chaos 20 runs, and I had an 11-minute run with the Dragon Lord. I finished in 11 minutes with the Dragon Lord, so the slowest of the bosses on the true melee build. So like, it definitely works. This game's so pretty, it really is. On a triple amp shield yesterday. Ooh, that's really good, Sean. Hey, Luke Game, how you doing? So, I need a better one of these. I need a volatile Banshee. Like, true melee is one of those things where I feel like chasing the volatile is gonna be worthwhile. I also don't know if I'm hugely committed to Ancient Hilt here. It's nice, but ultimately not very necessary. I think I'd maybe rather have Warrior. I'd probably rather have Warrior, but that's fine. And this is like my second favorite enchant for this slot. I'd rather have the consecutive swings give more damage one, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Copium. Go Vampire or Echo. There's some reasons I'm not doing that. You'll see. So, we're swinging a Banshee around. Sometimes we shoot this Nightshade or this Liquid Cooling if we have to. This is not a copy of my best Liquid Cooling, it was just a chaotic one I had. Not a particularly great enchant for this either, it's just there. This Nightshade is just because it's what I have the melee enchant on, and it shoots bullets that will go places. But then I do have this Livewire. This is the first of the personal rules that I kind of break a little bit. Sometimes I'll hold a Livewire if I want a little more damage in a mobbing scenario or against more annoying bosses. I'll hold a Livewire. We all know what it does. If you don't, every other melee hit while holding the Livewire will cause this weapon's legendary effect to kick in, and it makes this arc that does some pretty good damage and scales off some things it probably shouldn't. What are your two classes? Stabomancer, Berserker. Have Livewire with melee damage on spellcast. Nice. Can I ask you a question? Has anyone created any community resources for this game? Yeah, we have extensive resources in the Discord so far. There's plenty of other people in the community working on that stuff too. It's a work in progress, so it's not to the level of, say, the BL3 community build documents, but it's ongoing. It's ongoing. And then the other personal rule I'm breaking is I'm using a Buffmeister. But here's the thing. I'm not doing any weird cooldown shenanigans, and I am not a spell shot. So that's how I justified it to myself. Gonna pop in and listen while I work today? I appreciate it, Psycho Penguin. I hope you're doing well. I'm using a Buffmeister. For the movement speed, really. That's like the main reason I have this. I happen to have this one that has bonk and ka-chow, so like it does help my damage, but it's mostly because every Buffmeister gives 60% movement speed. We have a command, so if you ever want to dunk on someone who thinks Buffmeister is acceptable in its current state, do exclamation point Buffmeister, and CZ provided a write-up detailing exactly what it does, what each version of it does. So feel free to distribute that resource to all the deniers of the Buffmeister's ridiculous state. It might be the most powerful item they've ever made, which is terrifying because we know some of the other items that people would put in that category. Hey, the BFG, how you doing? So the interesting thing that really got my brain going for this setup, and the reason why I chose the action skill I did, is this right here, this smart armor. It rolled melee damage, all damage, which is really good, Sabomancer, Berserker, and it's got, you know, smart armor's got this effect. Total crit chance reduced by 50%, but crit damage increased by 50%. We don't need to care about crit chance if we just hang out and from the shadows. So we just get the bonus without the penalty, as long as we stay in from the shadows. Hey, Ryorian, how you doing? Like Buffmeister without the spell shot thing, but it's still pretty OP? It is.
Fire. There you go, quick.
David.
Stones 33 pants grab.
Pants grab indeed. Thank you for the 10 months with the streak. I appreciate you. I hope things are going well. And thank you for the continued support. Hey, Emily. Slight weird request. Could you show all the hairstyles headgear you've unlocked? Sure. Sure. Just give me a minute. I'm going over this build first. Cat, what are you doing? So, understandably we're using that, which leads us into our action skill choice. We're using From the Shadows. So for 8 seconds to start, we do crits on everything that can crit, but we do get a damage penalty to our critical hit formula. But that's fine, because we're boosting our crits, so we still end up with net more crit damage than we would without gearing in that way. But we get the full access from this action skill. And we're combining that with Berserker stuff. Enrage is going to be always active as long as we're in this, and then for a while afterwards. We're using Blood of the Fallen, which not only helps improve our uptime on From the Shadows, it reduces our downtime on From the Shadows. So we run around in stealth swinging, and unlike Fadeaway at base, From the Shadows does have an aggro component. Like, enemies will sometimes just kind of forget where you are if you use this. So you can kind of swing in relative safety in this action skill against some enemies. You do have to reposition a lot, but you can do it. Today's the first day I've paid attention to endgame and legendaries. I have so much to learn. There's so much cool stuff going on. So we don't put much in the stablet tree here. The points in Swift Death are just from our armor. We have an extra point in haste from our armor as well. But the only skills in Stabble we maxed out are Arsenal and Follow-Up. Follow-Up is a big multiplier for a single hit, so this can help when we're chaining between weak enemies that are spread out. We can shoot on our way to the enemy and then slash, shoot, and then slash. It's better than Gorillas in this? Yes, From the Shadows is better than Gorillas in this, for sure. The Gorillas in this wasn't bad. From the Shadows is just better. Cats are deciding to get all their energy out right now, huh? But over in the Berserker Tree, we maxed out Ancestral Frost to boost our Enrage and our Blast Chill. More on that in a minute. Savagery, melee damage. We wants it. Icebreaker, slows things. We want damage against slowed things, rather. This is like a fresh multiplier, so we take that damage formula. We're always going to be slowing things with Enrage and with Blast Chill. So we're getting mileage out of this. The old ways were a melee build, so we pretty much always get full bonus from this, unless we're at like the tip of our greatsword's range. So very good damage and some tank. We got movement speed and frost efficiency from Cold Snap. We've got unarmored defense, one of the best defensive skills in the game. We've got Blood Frenzy. This is to heal us on kill, but also keep our Enrage fully active outside of From the Shadows. We've got 2 points in Ancient Fury. This is to improve the formula that Blast Chill gets, because it is an AoE. We got Relentless Rage for quality of life. This lets us kind of sit and save your soul and take out enemies' kneecaps with a greatsword for a while. It's very entertaining. And we've got Iron Squall for melee attack speed. That combined with haste means we could swing the greatsword pretty fast. Having an armor with extra points, like max points in haste, would be pretty cool. There's the voice. Like ideally my armor would have rolled with 3 in haste. But that's fine. That's fine. And then we got Blast Chill, which is basically the spell version Blast Gasp, which the gun version was in Borderlands 3 called Short Fuse. Lots of potential damage formula here. Only downside is it can't crit, and it's random-ish. Yeah, and then we got Blood of the Fall and Reduced Duration. So, I'll go into a run, and I'll explain a little bit as I play, but first let me show those cosmetics for Emily's request. Hairstyles, headgear, sure. This is what I got. You can go back and clip that if you need it.
Enter if you dare.
Yeah, Kevin's just been screaming and running laps for like 20 minutes. Still melee bonus and frozen enemies? Yeah. Hey CZ, how you doing? Okay, so we got our Buffmeister. We got our From the Shadows, and oh, you're dead. You are also dead. What class is this? This is Berserker Master. There we go. But Sacred Ground. Ree! Does Dreadwind work for this? I haven't tried Dreadwind for this, Petronkus. I would say you'd want to go with a different armor. So I'm just going to reset this run because those modifiers, no. Not for this build. You do reset occasionally on this build. Like, if you get Drill, and you don't have a Ragnarok, which reminds me, I should pick up a Ragnarok. Pretty miserable if you don't have a Ragnarok. Do I have a good one? Whatever, I'll take that one. Let's put something on it real quick. The swing speed's very nice. It could get better if we had more points in haste through our armor. But yeah, if you're going to do Dreadwind, I would say run a different armor, because Smart Armor goes really well with From the Shadows. I would say you'd probably want... what would you want? I don't know what I'd go with for Dreadwind. It's not a great enchant to have there, but it's something.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Want to get the King's Call Fadeaway build going in this game simply because they gave me the tools to do it again, and it's fun. Nice. Do the raid bosses have dedicated drops? Yes. Contrary to what people who have no idea what they're talking about say on Twitter, yes, they do. It's the rune shields. Mind Rune, Body Rune, Spirit Rune, Master Rune. It's those. So they do have dedicated drops. There's this weird subculture of people saying raid bosses need to return. Like, but we have 4 at launch. That's the most we've ever had. They're like, well, they're just placeholder fights. They're more mechanically involved than any other fights we've gotten. What do you mean? Like, they don't have dedicated drops. They literally do. Once again, just proving the point that people who just want to endlessly recreate things from a 10-year-old game don't even remember the things in that 10-year-old game. It's wild. So, chat, you have my full permission and endorsement to call anyone who says that this game doesn't have raid bosses just out of touch with reality. You have my full endorsement. Ooh, Critical Connoisseur could be toxic with this. Yeah, sure. Elite Room? I haven't done an Elite Room with this build yet. Peter Panda, how you doing? Newbie, good to see you. Oh, they get one tapped. That's cool. Cool. It's got damage for elite rooms. And with the Banshee's effect triggering, it's actually pretty good at mobbing. Between Banshee and Livewire, we have good just coverage. There we go. Got Smart Armor for my Spore Warden and kind of messes with the capstone and activates way less. Have you tried just aiming for crit spots? I know, me saying to try aiming, but the Smart Armor is going to be at its strongest when you can either guarantee crits or when you just have a way to bypass the chance mechanic entirely, which guns can do. Hey Rohit, how you doing? Hope you're well. Is Chaotic Gear like one of the best stuff? Yes. You afraid? Yes. So you've got on gear when you're in the Chaos levels, so at any point from 1 to 20, it has a chance to roll as Chaotic instead. And think of that as +2 character levels to the gear. It is the same bonus you would get if you had level 42 of that item instead of 40, for example. And Volatile is one step further than that. It's instead of +2 levels, it's +4. And any piece of item, any piece of gear can roll as chaotic or volatile, including quest rewards, including white rarity items. They can all do it. Does Volatile ever drop from enemies? Yes. Does Red One activate the Banshee effect? Hilt effects only activate from actually swinging the weapon and connecting that way. So think of it like Amp. Amp effects, despite there being several things that shoot bullets in this game that are not the gun you're pulling the trigger on, Amp effects only trigger on shooting. So you have to pull the trigger to get Amp, just like you have to swing the weapon to get a hilt mod. Pretty fast room. Does Spore Warden's Wrath of Nature provide global buffs? It's a... In a roundabout way, yes. It's a debuff, so it makes that enemy take more damage from sources, meaning everything deals more damage to that enemy. So this does apply to teammates, if you were asking for that reason. Just like OP gear from BL2. It's not like OP gear at all. So, OP level gear in BL2 and Mayhem level gear from BL3, each difficulty level you went up, you had to get, or I suppose, items would drop for each level there. Chaos levels are different. Chaotic is the level from 1 to 19. Volatile is also on 20. But it's only on 20, and this will change with future tiers, or rather, what the highest available one is, and the chances of the other ones will change, because we'll end up having further tiers, and you'll have to go up to a certain threshold to get that gear. But it won't be necessary for the lower thresholds, and the chances will adjust as we go up. So it's way better of a system than OP levels or Mayhem levels in that regard. Both BL2 and BL3 did that very wrong, and Wonderlands does it very right. Is Common Chaotic still good? It depends entirely on the item. It depends on the item. And there's items across multiple rarities that are absolutely worth having. There's some blue rarity items that are really, really good. You should look out for. There's some items that at purple are really, really good. There's, of course, legendaries. But there's certain types of items that make good placeholders in the green or even white rarities until you can get other things. And if you get those as chaotic or volatile, then, like, yeah, that could last you a while. Like, you can get a Nightshade with 74 × 4 base damage at white rarity. The extra duration on Save Your Soul from Berserker coming in clutch there.
Now that's more like it. There's more where that came from.
There we go. Morning to Mexibet, how you doing? Barrel. So am I supposed to only pick up Volatile and Chaotic? No. It's just an extra thing that can happen on your gear. And if you were to only pick up Volatile, you wouldn't even be playing this game for very long, because Volatile has a 1.41% drop rate at Chaos 20. So 1.41% of your items on paper are going to be volatile. And that's not a lot of items. Getting that on the correct item for a build, not likely. So don't stress too much about chaotic or volatile. You can do Chaos 20 efficiently without any of those items. Full chaotic is going to be the goal, but don't chase volatile would be my biggest advice. It's a pipe dream. It can happen, and it's great when it does, but don't structure your entire gameplay belief system around that, because you will have a bad time. It's the rare farm that people who ignored part variants in BL3 wanted.
Darkness flees before the light.
I see your armor is a chaotic? No. You're stressing too much about the mechanic, Efraid. Don't worry about it. What item you're using still matters more than whether it's volatile or chaotic. There we go. I had to hop a little bit for that one, but we got it. Imagine breaking the enchantment on that volatile once it does drop. Yeah, that's painful. Suffering. +2 to Blood Frenzy. I guess it'll help with Enrage consistency. Correct item with correct prefixes, correct parts. Yeah. That a Buffmeister? So, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I broke a couple of my personal rules to make this build happen. I'm using a Buffmeister for movement speed purposes, and I'm using a Livewire intermittently. There are things that I don't generally like to use, but it's too fun in this setup. And I think Buffmeister is problematic. If you'd like to know exactly why Buffmeister is monstrously overpowered, exclamation point Buffmeister, we have a command. You start the Chaos Dungeons right after you beat the main story? Yes, you can. So he's fine, you know. This is fine. We're just gonna greatsword. You guys like greatsword, right? There we go. See, not too bad. All my homies love greatsword. Easy clap. It's no fire hay, but I'll take any greatsword. I still have lots of optimizations I can make gear-wise to this setup, but that was a pretty cozy run. Made Son of a Witch look pretty easy. Good time I got back. What's the best spell in game and why is it a gelatinous cube? I want to mess around with the dot value on gelatinous cube. It's pretty fucking high. Give me hope for my melee build. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun. I was able to do the Dragon Lord pretty quickly, so there's definitely hope. It's an amalgam with Blast Chill. 3 Savagery, Blast Chill. The passes aren't great. I'll still pick it up. We're going for Volatile Banshees, so like it'll be a bit of rolling this one. I have not done a Mage Staff melee build. I kind of want to, because it says it deals the fissure damage as spell damage. So if those are like spells, they can blast gasp. That just sounds funny. Any pieces of that do spell damage isn't spells? This. If it works the way it reads. Haven't tested it. Like the marshmallow spell? Marshmallow is cute, yeah. Yep. Oh. The chaos run's strewn with people abusing the spell that must not be mentioned. There's a lot of people using that, Rohith. But the way I see it is they're in for a rude awakening. Once, okay, we got a Banshee. Vampire. I'll pick it up. Once it inevitably gets changed in some way. They're gonna be very unhappy, and it's like, well, you did it to yourself. Chaotic Mage Staff, I'll take it. Pincushion could be good for another weapon I plan for this. So I want to get the Teeth Sniper Rifle, the one from the Tooth Fairy quest, because that gives a very large melee bonus per tooth stuck in. So you could shoot that a few times, and that stacks up this Stabo skill follow-up as well. And then you could use a pincushion, and then bonk, do a lot of damage. That's something I'm looking for. And a pincushion with Echo is perfect for that kind of playstyle. Does Clawberry's Capstone work with any action skill? Yes, any action skill. But remember, it has a 25-second cooldown. That's the big deal breaker with that. Also, the puddles that it leaves can do self-damage. So it's a little awkward. What about the Shock Black Powder Pistol? The Catacombo, I believe, is the name. The Frying Pan stack with the Shamwai, they're different effects, Blue Game. You can have them both active at the same time. Catatumbo, that's what it is.
Time for a spell.
How you doing, Acrotech? Berserker would be a good melee class? Absolutely. Berserker's just got a great damage formula in general, but it does have some boosts that are exclusive to melee. Only Berserker and Stabomancer get swing speed. which is very important for some weapon types and some playstyles. Thoughts on Echo versus the consecutive hits melee enchant? Why not both? But in terms of Echo, remember, Echo delivers your non-melee damage. So if most of your damage is the melee, then Echo's not going to be giving you much value, versus just taking something that would boost the melee and everything else. So like for me, sure, I'd get some value out of Echo because I've got live wire stuff happening. But it's still going to be less impactful than having, say, Warrior or Vampire. Not the enchant, the part roll. Oh, Warrior versus Echo? Yeah, just everything I just said. Hey, Freddy Soto, how you doing? Favorite bossing guns outside of Liquid Cooling? I really like the Gluttony, the Inferior pistol. The Gluttony is really, really, really good. Keep an eye out for any Torg sticky shotguns or pistols. You want to go for 13s or 18s for the shotguns. You want to go for 2s or 3s on the pistols. Those are really good. You want to go for ×3s on the ARs as well. Those are some of the strongest bossing things you can use. The Masterwork Handbow is great against bosses that have an open crit spot that you can get close to. So that's primarily Son of a Witch and Vorkanar. You can really speed them up with Masterwork Handbow. You could, of course, do it to Zomboss and Lechance as well, but they're just kind of easy already. The Sawmill is very high paper DPS. I still need to get a good version of that. What else? I really like the Carouser, just for all purpose. Like, anything you're using a gun for, if it's flesh, the Carouser is going to be great. That is a black powder sniper rifle. Thinking of more guns, White Rider SMG is good against anything armored, just bosses or mobs. I have more on my other builds. That's what I've got off the top of my head at the moment. Is the Amp AR any good? I have like 5. There's a bug associated with it. It makes it hard to use without getting a beneficial bug, so I have not used it much. Skeet Prod 6. Skeet Prod's cool, I just haven't gotten a good one yet. Really wish there was a legendary Hydra gun spell. There's a legendary Hydra gun. You could get the Fragment Rain Inferior SMG with a Hydra part. So there is a Hydra gun. Let's see what that item is. Liquid Cooling, like, top right now. It's very good, but something to keep in mind about liquid cooling is there's going to be people saying, hey, don't use any other gun. And that's not how the game works. There are situations where I'd rather use a different gun than a liquid cooling. It's simply a very good and consistent bossing option. The way I view the liquid cooling is the same way I view, say, for a while the Light Show was looked at this way in Borderlands 3. The Herald in Borderlands 2. It's a very good option. Definitely one of the more powerful ones in general, but there are still situations where it's not ideal. I don't think the liquid cooling is overpowered. Because it also comes with downsides. It's an ammo hog. If you don't have maxed SDUs, and you use only that weapon for your run, you're going to be out of ammo in the more difficult encounters constantly. What was it called? Fragment Rain. Fragment Rain. What Jester said right above you. Agritech. And now, not every Fragment Rain rolls with the Hydra part. You're going to have to look at the Inferior module on the individual one that you get, but it is capable of rolling a Hydra part. And I do have one that rolled that way. On one of my other saves. Every liquid cooling I've got is broke. Literally stop shooting bullets if it gets bugged. I've not experienced that at all, Skylar. I've seen a couple other people report it. Are you playing solo or multiplayer when this is happening? If you don't mind me asking. I prefer TD or Pixie Pixels over Liquid Cooling. They can situationally be better. For better loot luck, would you recommend getting a Chaos 20 or finding all the dice first? You can find dice to help level you up to 40 if you're not at 40 when you complete the story. And I don't necessarily think you need to get all dice. Now, as you get used to the game and dice locations and stuff, you can grab even someone who kind of avoids that kind of stuff like me. You'll end up with like at least 100 dice by the time you're going through, as long as you grab the ones that are at least even remotely in your path. Or the ones that are very little time investment, such as the overworld. So, it's not too hard to get a decent amount of dice, and you do not need all of them to have good drop rates, because there's other ways to improve your loot luck as well. You have the Shrine, which is very important to get. That's something I think every character should do. You definitely want your overworld Shrine for loot luck. Your loot luck level goes up based on your character level, and your chaos level. And additionally, there's a loot luck enchant you can get on a ward that you can equip when you change areas to bake that into your loot luck, and then you can just switch to your normal item. And you can do the same thing with a loot luck rolled amulet. And I believe there's even a blank slate roll for loot luck, I think. So, like, there's plenty of ways to get acceptable loot luck without having to stress about the die. The die are very nice to have if you are a dedicated farmer. I would say in that case, if you're a person who really goes to drop sources for things, maybe on a character, you want to have as many dice as possible. So you can smooth that out. And anytime you want to source farm something, you could farm it on that character. That's an approach you could possibly take. But you don't need to stress that much. Myth rank gives a lot. Yeah, exempt, it does. Good shout. How often do you turn on elite encounters and run? Keep run times crystals a good number. If I do elite runs, it'll usually be like these obelisk ones. But sometimes I'll do like full elite runs. I had a full elite, full curses run yesterday on my Stabomancer build. My Stabomancer Graveborn build, I should say. And I had an 8-minute run with full elites, full curses. So depending on your build, you can still clear very quickly. For this build, I'm not taking elites as much because I'm still putting this build together. There we go. I admit I enjoy tracking down the dice. I've been trying to do them all without any guides. Built different, Jester. Truly built different. Do you think this is the buggiest game they've released? No, not at all. Not even remotely. Remember, Borderlands 2 shipped with a bug that, corrupted your save files if you played with friends in a certain area. It also shipped with its only raid boss having a one-day lockout. Borderlands 3 shipped with a bug where ADSing murdered your frame rate. Borderlands 3 also shipped with Gamma Burst infinitely doubling its cooldown every time you used it. Like, the bugs in this game, it's like the Buffmeister thing, a couple pet-related things, and then the UI. Those are like the only major bugs. It's nothing that's gonna stop you from playing the game. So it just kind of wins by default. In terms of like gun and mechanic bugs, no, it's still not. something important to remember, back to Borderlands 3. A lot of Borderlands 3 launch bugs were not discovered until weeks, months, or even years later. There's still some launch bugs in the game, in BL3. Wonderlands is less buggy than their other releases, I'd say, for sure. Day 1 flak? Yeah, Day 1 flak was a lot of bugs there. This game's way less buggy. And to be perfectly clear to anyone who's not sure of this, I absolutely love Borderlands 3. I think that it somehow is underrated. I put over 6,000 hours into that game. I love Borderlands 3. But it was a buggy mess. Still is. Wonderlands has its bugs, but nothing to the level of in that game or Borderlands 2 where I was completely unable to enjoy certain things. Only UI thing I want is a different inventory grid size on PC. I'd like if the icons rendered properly in the bank. That'd be a big thing for me, Megalodiba. Because going through my bank is kind of tedious. I'm already hovering around 500 items in my bank at all times, and finding things is sometimes very difficult. I have to go by element, manufacturer, and where I know certain items sort in the bank. Very awkward. This is irritating bugs and UI decisions I disagree with, but yeah, there are things in 2 and 3 that just made me stop playing for weeks. There you go. Honestly, even experiencing some UI bugs, I absolutely adore the work they put in this game. Think it's going to be amazing in the time to come. Well said, Coconut Derp. Gearbox really developed an interesting model for post-launch support with BL3. We had the weekly hotfixes, and for a while there were monthly patches. So we had nearly monthly patches for almost 2 full years for Borderlands 3, along with weekly hotfixes. You know, of course that dips around holidays, dips when they're working on other things, but for the most part, that was the update schedule. It was the most supported game they've ever done. And Borderlands 3, 2.5 years down, looks way different to Borderlands 3 at launch. Wonderlands is starting in a much better place than any of their other games. So if it gets the same support treatment, which they've said they're doing the hotfix and patch model for this game, if it gets the same level of support as a game that started off in a worse position, this is on track to be their best game yet. Morning, Lil Rob. How are you? Harbinger. Love the game, though, criticisms aside. Yeah, nothing wrong with a little bit of healthy and respectful constructive criticism. Like, everyone has something else, something different that they want from things, right? And there's nothing wrong with airing those concerns as long as you're open and receptive. And as long as you, you know, remember that these are people that work on the game. They're people. And I think we're doing a good job of that around here. I harp on about it a lot, but it's just something to bring up because I've seen in some places, in some circles, it can very rapidly become a toxic circle jerk. A lot of the complaints aren't based in reality, but you guys are doing a great job of that. And I think taking the good with the bad is important with things like this. A little sad about no New Game Plus, but the Chaos Chamber seems lit enough till new stuff drops. Yeah, maybe we get New Game Plus as a post-launch content drop or something, Coconut Derp. Whether it's DLC or free, I don't know, but it's something that I think it would be weird if that didn't happen. Now, it's not even something I'd use, but it seems like a likely thing for them to add, right? And lots of games do the post-launch New Game Plus. God of War had post-launch New Game Plus, I believe. Spider-Man PS4 had post-launch New Game Plus. Borderlands 2 had UVHM, which was a New Game Plus Plus as post-launch. Alright, Alright, Celissa, how hard are you to melee? You're not bad. You're not bad. So the cool thing about From the Shadows with Livewire is it makes all the chains crit. And that's pretty strong. Wonder if they'll increase level cap. Seems like it might break the class if you add too many new points. I certainly hope they are cautious about that kind of thing for that exact reason, Agrotech. A few more points than we have now would kind of completely just devalue the entire multi-classing system and skill point distributions. Because if you end up in a situation where, let's say you have the Graveborn capstone and the Berserker capstone at the same time, what that means is that casting a spell, because you're a Graveborn, triggers Sanguine Sacrament, which, you know, is the biggest heal in the game. So you already got that. And then it's also going to trigger all of your kill skills, because you have Graveborn capstone. Berserker capstone is a kill skill. So if that triggers from that, like, it's fucking wild. It's that kind of thing that I just don't think would be good for the game. Because, while yes, you could say, hey, but that'd be a unique thing that you could do. Like, sure, it's going to be something people get bored with in 5 minutes because any semblance of challenge or choice making in building leaps. Look at Borderlands 2 when it got the level 80 cap increase. It lost builds. Not just because of the balancing, it lost builds. Borderlands 3 with the 65 and 72 caps, lost builds. So, too many points would not be a good thing. So I hope they're cautious about that.
Magic time!
You're resisting shock, and that's rude. Ouch. That was very rude. There we go. Is the Griff Spore still bugged? Yes. It's a Spore Warden bug. The one you're referring to. But Graveborn simply has an interaction that capitalizes on it. Also, Graveborn plus Berserker Capstone is kind of a weird example because Thurge already does that on its own. It doesn't really, Cordon Human, because Thurge does not give you action skill duration. It gives you cooldown, but not duration. Also, Thurge is not a kill skill, so it would not be triggered by Graveborn Capstone. It's an on-kill effect, there's a distinction. So, while the vague concept is similar, there's also the case of you would be able to use an amulet other than Thurge, such as a Skeep. And Skeep is big deal, always. Gun damage, Berserker power, gun reload speed. That's a lot of reload speed, I'll take that. Ooh, head accessory. New cosmetics. Every once in a while I find a new one. That's a good feeling. Done the Ultra Secret Boss and Chaos Encounters? I have, sir. I have. It was very fun. So that's a 15-minute run with Celissa with a melee build. Took a couple elite rooms. Didn't take much in the way of curses. Or we didn't take elite rooms. I meant to take elite rooms. I forgot. I try to take elite on the obelisk, but I forget sometimes. What I like about the game is that it's a fantasy game, right? So instead of new trees and such, they aren't walled off and making classes to match the storyline. I think it could go any direction with the class would be fine, especially with it being a D&D style game. We can still introduce bards, etc. Yeah, classes are a skill tree. They combine the approach of making a new character and making a new skill tree, because now a new one is both. And since it's only one, that means it can be combined with so many things. You don't need to do a new playthrough for it if you don't want to. Yeah, Cat. Hi. Hi. It's just the best of each approach. So that's a good sign. Acid then it found it last night and it was stoked. Yeah, it's such a cool thing. Seen some nonsense, Greyborn and SS.
I believe there's a
They had the Hydra Companion 2 tapping raid bosses. I hate it. Yeah, it's a thing you can do. I don't use the Hydra as much because you can just kind of do the same boring thing that everyone feeds all their spells through. You can spell shot SS. Yeah. You can take your spell shot damage, take your blast gas from Graveborn, one shot bosses. It's silly. I don't like it. So I don't do that. That's why I'm doing things like a great sword melee build. Sometimes creating your own challenge and using mechanics people don't focus on is the enjoyment. Also heard on Reddit that Harvest is bugged. I've heard about that. I've not personally experienced that because I don't spec Harvest. So, yeah. When I do play Graveborn, I don't use any of the buggy interactions. What if they made it so you can multi-class 3 classes, but once you put a certain amount of points in one tree, they restrict the amount in the other trees, meaning you can't reach double capstone? That sounds like... On the surface, that might sound better, Exempt, but the problem is once you get 3 class feats, that creates even more problems. Like, the triple class feat is also problematic. And at that point, if we get that with 7 classes, you have almost half the classes in the game at once. And it's devaluing choice again. Like, I don't like it personally. That's just my opinion. How you doing, Pup T? Hey, Mentalist. Corey, can you explain how to do the yellow and blue puzzle? Don't really know what to do when I activate the rune. Sure, so with the blue one, you're going to stand in the circle that it indicates until one of those 3 orbs above it starts following you. Then you need to lead that orb without letting it bump into obstacles or get too close to you. You need to lead it to the other orb, the darker one that it spawns in the map. You need to lead it there and shoot it when it's close to detonate that orb. That is a boss mechanic that the game is teaching you how to do because it's something you'll need in the boss fight that it leads to. With the yellow one, it's a DPS check without getting caught in the spotlight.
I don't understand. What's the problem?
So you don't want to look into the massive spinning floodlight. That's the mechanic there. So there's a couple ways of doing that. You can take cover, you can turn away, you can kill it before it ever has a chance to look at you, but it's teaching you the yellow boss fight mechanic as well. You know what the 7th class is yet? No. We just know that it exists, we don't know what it is. How about not let us use 2 capstones? How about just don't give us that many points in the first place? I'd like to see them give Feral Surge some use in bossing, really love executes. There's a fun enchant for that, Megalodiba. You get a big global damage increase whenever you use Feral Surge against a boss. And against bosses with ads, like Parasite, for example. Parasite's a great example, where the ads just kind of stand on the boss. You can spam Feral Surge, executing them over and over and refunding the cooldown, and just getting all the effects against the boss as well, because it's also being hit. It's cool. Tread out Harvest and gets out of hand really fast. Unfortunately, unlike Buffmeister, you can't avoid it on a companion build outside of quitting the menu after each Chaos Chamber. Thanks for telling me that, Kumar. That's really actionable information, actually. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good to know. So I haven't been taking Harvest in any of my post-launch gameplay, so I haven't been affected, but it's good to know that that exists, and I'll be steering clear. Unironically, gaslighting me 100%. Third activates when you cast a spell and not when you kill. Oh, yeah, my mistake then. Sure, Berserker Capstone will also extend the duration and you give up Skeep, but Greyborn Berserker has the best healing anyways. So, just as a point of advice, Cordon Human, someone forgetting detail on one item does not mean they are gaslighting you. It means, I forgot. Let's not get weird about that, okay? Ooh, Chaotic Pickaxe with Warrior. That's useful. It was a joke. Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Enjoy the stream. Had to bounce to take care of stuff. Looking forward to staying longer tomorrow. I appreciate you stopping in, Rojas. It's good to see you. I hope your day goes well. Cheers for explaining. My pleasure, Mentalist. My pleasure. What do I want from this bunny? Oh yeah, I want a better skeep. Because this is what I'm using. I'm using level 21. Because it's the only one I have with a Berserker power and dark magic damage. I'd have to take one from one of my other saves, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to keep rolling this for another skeep. How many points would be acceptable, Quag? 1? None? I mean, with the points right here, I'm overspec Berserker. I think I'm, what, 33 points Berserker right now? Out of the 44? Yeah. Because I have 8 points here, and 3 here. Yeah, so I'm 33 points Berserker. Giving us one more skill point wouldn't really break the bank here, because I'd just get another point in Savagery or another point in Ancient Fury, and be like, cool, whatever, go about my day. But let's say they did what I've seen some people asking for. Let's say they gave 5 skill points. Well, at that point, I can max out both of those, which individually, not a big deal, but that's a lot of bonuses. Or I can go down another tier over here. I could stop over-speccing here. I can move 6 points out from here, take those 5 points. That's 11 more points. That lets me go down 3 more tiers. Like, I don't think you should be able to do that. It's too much. If you can take everything, what's the point of a tree-based progression? Like, at that point, it's not progression anymore. It's, hey, eventually you have everything. You're not making choices anymore, because taking everything is the choice that everyone is making. Anyone else have any bunny paralysis in finishing a trial? Sometimes, yeah. Been waiting for a melee build. I got a cool one for you, Dynamic Panda. It's very enjoyable. It uses a couple concepts you might have seen floating around, but I'm swinging a big greatsword, and that's not something I've seen other people doing too much yet. Here and there, but not too much. Your preference is no level cap? I don't have an opinion, just confirm I understand yours. I would prefer the level cap does not change, ever. Now, I'm a realistic person as well. Do I believe that the level cap will never go up? No, I don't believe that. I don't have anything to base that off of, that's just instinct. I think it'll go up, but I don't want it to, and I don't want us to get skill points. It's entirely possible that they could do a super troll move. And something that is important to remember is each level up in this game gives us hero points and skill points. Not always the same amount either. Not always the same amount. Like, you get a bonus one when you multi-class for the first time, and you get 3 points of each for level 40. So, like, what if they did level 41 or 42 or something, and they just gave hero points instead of skill points? People would be so mad. I think it would be funny. Highly unlikely, but I'd be totally down for them to add another tier of skills. Where would they do that, though? Like, above the capstone? How do you get to it, then? Like, you'd have to overspec a lower tier? And on some classes, that's just untenable. Like, for example, if you look at that for a Clawbringer tree, CZ, I know you've thought about this for sure, but this makes a good point of conversation. Like, Clawbringer, you're already struggling to take any skills of value once you get to about here in the tree. Because you're like, oh, okay, I've got Oath of Fire, I've got Dragon Aura. Oh, what do I take now? I guess I'll take the Lightning bonus element. Okay, you get to this tier, you're like, oh, what do I take now? I guess I'll overspec Wyvern damage. You get to this tier, you're like, oh, we have good stuff again. And then Capstone, which is sucks. It just sucks. It's bad. The Capstone is bad. 25-second cooldown, it's awful. So, like, what about extra skill tree if you don't get the class feat and maybe you don't benefit from class power? That sounds like a difficult thing to code, Tinker Axiom, but you know, I suppose it'd mitigate the blow a little bit. Were the Swan's runes on nearby enemies explodes that spell damage? Thank you for testing. I do not know. I was talking smack about my Claw, leave Malin's Identity Crisis alone. So, the thing with Claw is you can be very viable on a Claw. Lazy, for example, has been putting in a lot of work on Clawbringer. It's just that it's got, as you said very aptly, Lil Rob, it's got an identity crisis. You get to a couple points in the tree, you're like, okay, what is this tree trying to do? And maybe the expectation is that you fill in those gaps with your other skill trees, because that works, and you can absolutely use another class. Berserker, for example, is a fantastic support class to kind of iron out some of the weaknesses of the primary one. But the thing with that is, even if you accept that that's the ideology, you can look at any other combination of two classes, and they stand on their own. in a way that Clawbringer does not stand on its own once you get down to about tier 4. So, like, full tree Stabomancer, perfectly viable. Even if Stabomancer Capstone's a little more niche than the other ones, it's still viable. Full tree Berserker, incredibly good. Full tree Spellshot, incredibly good. Full tree Graveborn, incredibly good. Full tree Spore Warden, incredibly good. Full tree Clawbringer, you stop getting value at like tier 4.
Adventure awaits somewhere.
Think you can make it?
3-tier mini tree for every class? What would be the point of that? Maybe instead of adding more points for trees, they could add more loot that could bring in useful perks from other trees, more options for legendary loot. That could be interesting. Coconut Derp? That could be very interesting. Like, adding in unique items that allowed you to get otherwise class-specific effects. Like, armors don't let you get skills in classes that you aren't spec'd into, but adding items that kind of did that instead could be neat. Like, I don't know, maybe there's a... Maybe they add a ward that, while you have that equipped, you get, like, a weaker version of Dragon Aura. The Clawbringer's Dragon Aura or something. That kind of thing. Extremely excited to try my Claw Stabbo build. All Claw skills except for the max ward, action skill cooldown for ward, and status effect damage from Stabbo, follow up, increased damage for unique status effect. Yeah, that sounds like that could have some potential in Borbatron. Because Dragon Aura is very good for any sort of elemental stuff, of which, of course, dots are going to always be that. Yeah, I'm going to reset this run. Do not like those modifiers. And then you've also got the fact that Claw has easy access to a couple bonus elements, so it could potentially be applying a bunch at once. So yeah, I like the concept. That's cool. Melee Stabomancer sure is Stump. I got Blank Slate yesterday, level 40, increased XP by 10%. That level scale down to a new character, so I can run that new character. It's pointed to get it at 40 if not. So the thing with the Blank Slate Surf is it can roll a bunch of different effects on it. The one it always has is the bonus XP. But it can also roll with a lot of different things, and a lot of these will do different things. Like, for example, it can roll with a max ward increase, it can roll with all damage, it can roll with ability level, which, if you get ability level +2, that is 100% ability crit chance and 100% ability crit damage, or ability damage, I think, actually. It rolls some wild bonuses. A Blank Slate is intended to be like the rare farm, like the rare farm to end all rare farms. Getting a particular roll Blank Slate as volatile is like the drop, the rarest thing in the game, based on current knowledge. So it's just there as a trophy item or a flex if you get a really good one, good enough to be used over other things. Now, I'm sure you could get a slightly lower level version to transfer to another character for leveling, but that'd require either a lot of world drop luck or the dedicated farm to be placed in a way that would let you do that. Take the Antique Great Bow. It's a fun shitpost, Kentrama. You can totally use that to one-shot a boss and then show a build and people are like, what? Should have sold my volatile 1+2 ability then. Probably not, Zen. Probably not. How you doing? Wow, that was a fast room clear. You guys saw the Banshee doing work there? The Banshee projectiles are no joke. What's the difference between corrupted and corrupted red text and the Blank Slate? Each of the red text effects does something different. I don't have them all memorized personally. I only know a couple of them. But yeah, they do different things. You know, it's pretty good until I got the nugget of info. That's why I don't throw anything out in this game. Especially early on, where we don't quite know what everything does yet. I don't throw anything out. In fact, I'm gonna need to spend some time after stream today, making mules. Because I need to clear out my bank. Because I'm resting at about 490 slots occupied. I have one mule already, but I need more. Is there a reliable scaling farm for the Banshee Melee? Honestly, for target farming items, I'm always going to say Chaos Chamber. If you go and say... Oh, unfortunate. I'll just take the death here. If you say go in an extended run, all curses... all elite rooms with a bunch of buddies, and you do all the bosses as well, and then you all dump all of your crystals into the melee bunny yourself. You're talking everyone's going to be spending about, you know, 15, 16, 17,000 just individually. So that's a lot of potential chances in one item. And that's something I really like. We haven't had efficiency from group farming in one of these styles of games before. It was always more efficient to do it on your own. But now, group farming could be a thing. That could be an activity where you get a bunch of people together, you're like, hey, we're all after this item, and you all go for the same bunny. And then, you know, you help distribute it to your friends. That could be really cool. Think they'll change up the dice for new characters? I don't know how I feel about that, because it's not that bad. A lot of the community overreaction to the drop rates thing has been, people hearing the caution about the drop rates that creators like myself expressed before other people got hands on with the game. But those issues were already partially addressed. Like, they increased drop rates for a lot of things massively since the review build of the game. So to the point where drop rates feel fine if you have even moderate loot luck, which is very hard not to have. So I don't think it's that much of a problem. Like, you don't even need to go for the dice on a new character if you don't want to. Like, get the ones that are in your primary path, and that's enough. As long as you do the other things to get good loot luck. So I really don't think it's a problem. Does it make a difference in gameplay if you play with the crosshair lowered versus centered? Not really. I personally don't like playing with a lowered crosshair, so I play with centered. Completionist in me says I have to. Understandable. Dropping frames? OBS, why are you doing this? Heard about the issue with the free ammo and health transfer co-op? I've not. Honestly, like around 5-7k loot luck still feels rewarding in a way. And being able to customize your loot luck in that way is cool, because people who don't like getting drops can just choose not to get the loot luck. I personally am not a believer in this idea that not getting drops makes the gameplay more rewarding. I do not feel that way at all. I personally think the point of the drops existing is to get them and then experiment with them. But that's just a difference in ideology that will never be reconciled. However, with loot luck, it lets people control their drop rates in that way. If you want lower drop rates, okay, don't get the loot luck. If you want higher drop rates, get a bit of loot luck. And it's not too hard to get good loot luck, so... I think the system's a good one. I think spending 8 hours with all dice, max loot luck, myth, and amulet farming for armor from shrine and only seeing one legendary is a problem. Well, that's an outlier, exempt. That is just an outlier. That's statistically extremely unlikely to happen. In fact, I've never gone more than one run without a legendary, and I do not have anywhere near max loot luck. Even my worst streak of luck was I did 2 runs, and fed all my crystals to the armor bunny and got 1 legendary across 2 runs. That's the worst luck I've ever had, and I have, like, no dice on one of my characters. Chaos Chamber fine, I'm talking dedicated. And I personally don't mind the partial shift away from dedicated stuff, because ultimately, this dedicated farming of killing one enemy at the expense of all other gameplay, and then resetting your game endlessly, it's a lower ratio of gameplay to waiting for gameplay. So I think that other farming methods being slightly more spectacular or efficient is a good thing. Dedicated farming is still there. They improved it since the early reviews of the game, and loot luck still, according to them, they've said this, affects it. So I think dedicated farming is fine. I think maybe the idea of making certain non-respawning enemies respawn and then diversifying the drop pools so that, you know, you don't have crowded loot pools, etc. I think that's a good one, but I do not think that dedicated farming is this problem that people have overblown it into. Especially a lot of this this echo of this idea is coming from people who did not play the game before they addressed the rates, or had not even played the game now. So I think it's something to carefully formulate your own opinion on, rather than buying into this echo that I'm seeing in a lot of places. Can I get up with this? Yeah, I'll be okay. Maybe? Stop moving. It won't be okay if you move. There we go. Give me your kneecaps, boy. Chaos Chamber, I hardly know her. How you doing, Silver Raid?
Ready to cast.
I think I need a different element Buffmeister for Salissa, because she resists this one. Also resists my, my live wire. This is what I need the teeth gun for. So, anyone in chat fortunate enough to have gotten a volatile teeth sniper rifle? If you have, could you just tell me what the card damage on it is? Because that's the gun I need for this build.
My spell is...
Teeth sniper? Yeah. It's a gun that shoots teeth. Not vagina dentata. No, no, not that one. Not that teeth. Different teeth. Oh, unfortunate. Oh well, I'll have to be more careful. Feel 3. Legendary items are too common. They aren't special Wonderlands. I don't got no legendaries. Fixed drop rates. Yeah. Yeah, Ken Trauma. Yeah. Yep. We talked before about endgame rifts. They actually put it into the game. So much fun. Absolutely love it. Chaos Chamber's amazing. Do I have another element on me? I do. Yeah, we'll use that. See how that works out. The bosses in Chaos Chamber drop their dedicateds? They do. They do. Yeah, I think I would want a dark magic element. I have one in my bank I could try to reroll. I love that. Just using the arcs from the live wire and the Banshee projectiles to get those death saves.
I feel magical.
Been lucky so far. I haven't gotten drill in this build yet. Dragon Lord actually isn't as bad as it sounds on this. Which is a crazy sentence, I know. Dragon Lord's not too bad. Truly a Mara gameplay, punch something, make another thing die. It do be like that. Misjudged that horribly, but we got the Skeep for that. That's why Skeep is great. If you ever make a mistake, Skeep's like, I got you, bro. There we go. Equip the right item there. Yeah, I definitely need certain items to deal with Solissa better. Okay, that's fine. One top part of Dragon Lord is phase 2, and even then it isn't bad. Yeah, it's mostly just you have to shoot the dragon. That's the only annoying part. What do you use for Bernadette? I just shoot it. Just shoot it. Bernadette's out of Ragnarok range, and even then, I don't think that Ragnarok actually registers damage on her properly. So, for Drill, it's Ragnarok until he's in range. Is the plan, anyway. Banshee's actually pretty annoying. My strat I ended up using for Banshee is sprint jumping across the gap and hitting her on the way, so that I wouldn't have to touch the floor. Like, let's say that's Banshee. I'd be like, wee. Yeah, that took a while. but it's a thing you can do. Hey Don, how you doing? Hardest boss for Melee? Probably Drill. Just because it's hard to deliver the damage without just getting instantly murdered on Drill. Because, like, you can stand down in the purple stuff for a couple seconds. Oh, you mean in terms of the hidden bosses? Green, yeah. I mean, maybe yellow. How do you even do blue? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Melee can really do any of the hidden bosses effectively. Gun mag, gun reload speed, poison, spore warden, like, it's trying. Blue is pain by itself. Blue is the easiest one if you have range damage delivery. If you don't, then it's like, how? Is Sawmill dropping fire? Yes. Can't help but notice you're calling the setup Melee despite several nights ago telling me my setup's nearly identical. This wasn't actual Melee. I didn't say that. Though. That's the thing. This build has no range damage. If you equip a Ragnarok, it has range damage. But ultimately, it's mid-range if your Banshee projectiles are connecting, if you're using a live wire, which you don't have to. I'm just doing it because I don't have good gear in some of my other slots. You can deal range damage, but there's some things where you do have to just pull out a gun. Fatebreaker game. You could Fatebreaker instead of Ragnarok. You could, yeah. Blue's easiest my Melee build. There you go. Skylar's done it. I haven't found a good shotty yet. I feel like this game went away from shotties and pistols and SMGs is the way to go. There are some good shotties for sure. The Red Hellion's a bit underrated. But in terms of non-uniques, the Furior shotguns are crazy good. The Torg shotguns are ridiculous. The Black Powder shotguns are good. Unique shotguns, maybe they could stand to change a little bit. The quest reward one though, was it Last Rites? I think is the name, the cryo one. That one's actually really good. Ignore that it can't be enchanted. It's really good. Try that one out if you haven't. Oh, there's something I was gonna roll. Oh yeah, I wanted better elemental coverage on Buffmeister. Let me throw some stuff in my storage. See, 472. I cleared out a little bank space. Need to clear out more. That can go in there. That can go in there. That can go. Hold on to that one. Hold that. Chaotic Fatebreaker. Alright, let's see. There's a cryo one here. Corrosive one. Cryo one has that spell damage source, which I don't think I want in this setup. Should have a dark magic one somewhere. I don't know if the best way to farm gold money, banks getting full of upgrades are wild expensive. Goblin Pickaxe gives you a surprising amount if you use it for like long periods of time. So maybe find a boss that you can just wail on for a while, Goblin Pickaxe. But also, I just play on Intense, so that's a really good way of increasing your money intake. Maybe try that. There's Buffmeister I need. Zap and Ka-Chow. It doesn't have Bonk. Do I have a non-shock with Bonk? I don't keep many Buffmeisters around because I don't like the item, but for Melee, I'm making an exception. I suppose I should check all these elements and look for Bonk. More than the elements, really. I hate that. That one has Bonk. Of course the cryo one has Bonk. Fuck.
Truly, this world is a
Whatever, I'll take it. What do you want, cat? Where's my cat making meows, chat? What's he doing? What's he planning? He's up to something. Searching an inventory? Yeah. Yeah. An inventory search function would be really good. Also, the icons showing up reliably, as I mentioned a bit earlier, would be really good. Where is that it? Okay. You know what? Increasing dark magic, that increases my banshee. I'll take it. I'll take it. Use that one. Search is like me in my room. Yeah, it really do be like that. Anyways, how you enjoying the Melee game? It's really fun, Snowspawn. I took this setup through some runs last night, and I managed to get an 11-minute run with the Dragon Lord. So that was pretty speedy. It's pretty speedy. I'm still not convinced on which ward I want to run. Of course, I'm running Body Rune right now because Body Rune's cracked. But like Bad Egg has some potential. Cursed Wit is Cursed Wit, and it's boring. I don't want to use that on this as well. Bronco Buster could be really good because it's like a Band of Sidorak style thing where it's got high uptime on being full. Look at that. 1 recharge delay, and the recharge rate is almost half of the capacity. So 2 seconds, I suppose 3 seconds, and then this thing is full. So 3 seconds of not getting hit, and you're full again. And it's got a built-in brimming part, so it's a good source of healing. If you get one with, like, I don't know, if this can roll with, can Hyperius Shields roll a Roid? I don't know if they can, but some sort of advantageous while empty effect, that could be pretty good on this. Static Charge, meh. But Bad Egg, Cursed Wit, Body Rune, or Bronco Buster, I'm liking for this so far. Maybe Kinetic Friction for a little healing could be good. I think that 1 life on Intense and get to Chaos 20 to complete it would be hard. Depends on what classes you allow yourself, Icos. Because, like, you could go Spell Shot Graveborn and never be in any danger ever, as a lot of people are doing. It's just like, yeah, throw Furiors as this class. Look at how good my build is. Like, no, you're not playing. Sorry. That's just my take. Spell Shot Graveborn is the easy way out to everything in this game. You can make Spell Shot Graveborn setups that are fun and engaging, but too often people just take the I'ma throw Hydras and pretend like I'm playing the game setup. Sorry for anyone who feels personally attacked by that. Just my opinion. You say Static Charge? Yeah, Static Charge is a shield, Jack. 1 class, only 1 life. Even then, you can still just go Spell Shot and lol. Any way to target farm the boss for Body Rune, or does it drop from Chaos Bunnies? You can get it from Bunnies. You can get it from Bunnies, you can get it from the boss as well. Certain Chaos Trial levels do have certain raid bosses in them. Are you using that 1 shield? That's the Body Rune. Yeah. Got the Chaos 20s and Claw secondary, that says a lot. Claw is a decent class if you complement it with your other tree. It's not, like, not viable, it's just... it doesn't stand as well on its own compared to the others. You can still do everything with it. Mod check enemies. What's the hardest hitting spell? Depends. Depends on your setup entirely. You can get a concentrated magic barrage with over 5,000 damage and a projectile part. So I think that's 4 hits of like 5,000 card damage before being charged, because it's got the charge mult as well. That's able to one-shot a lot of bosses. But if you mean like per spell activation, then I suppose technically a Hydra would have the most damage over that duration. but a Buffmeister also applies a lot of damage to everything else you're doing. So that's really a question that you can't directly answer. Quaking Sunder delivers damage to the most enemies at once.
A bit of it on me. What shall I slay?
Gotta mash reload so often, makes me furious. I don't like either of these for this, but we'll live dangerously and take Spectral Vengeance. I don't know anything about this game, but watching a little, I'm interested by it. Is it worth? Absolutely intuitive. Absolutely. If you do happen to decide to take the plunge, I do have an affiliate link, !Wonderlands, for use on Epic Game Store. Going through that link will support me. And additionally, if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, that's the one with Season Pass, you get some extra cosmetics from using an affiliate link. But as for the game itself, so if you've ever found yourself enjoying, like the Borderlands, Diablo, Godfall sort of, Remnant from the Ashes, you know, the
No longer shall they rip their
procedurally generated in either weapons or in either loot or enemies. If you've enjoyed that kind of stuff with endgame build crafting, then this game is like a playground for you. Also, if you've ever played a tabletop RPG, they somehow perfectly captured the vibe of playing a tabletop campaign in the side quests in this game in particular. Also, it's the first Gearbox Lands game, you know, Wonderlands, Borderlands, to have full control over character creation. So you got a pretty sick character creator, and that matters a lot to a lot of people. Favorite class combo at this point? Probably Graveborn Berserker would be my favorite. But this is very fun as well. Anything involving Berserker has just been an immediate favorite of mine. A volatile amalgam. Oh, leave me alone. Hang on, we gotta go back and look at the passes on that. That could be cracked. That could be really, really nuts. Alright, ability crit chance, gun crit chance, companion damage, gun damage, ability damage. Ability damage with point and blast gasp. It doesn't have melee stuff. But like, we got 35.1% gun damage, 42% volatile amalgams are scary, chat. That's, ugh. My main is Greyborn, haven't messed with Berserker much. What about it mixes well with Greyborn, companion build, elemental? So, Berserker's just got that skill tree that kind of benefits everybody. It's got a very solid distribution of damage and utility stuff. Like, in this first tier, you have, I mean, the healing skill is kind of crap, but you have a big boost to a particular element. So that works out well for damage formula, anyone who's using that. Also, since the class feat is Frost, it just immediately benefits itself. You get a bunch of free Frost damage on anything as long as you activate your action skill very often. And you've got melee options here. You've got a global damage increase based on how close to frozen things are, which is really powerful in mobbing, and this is just going to be a fresh damage multiplier. You've got a very powerful damage reduction and damage option for any sort of close range build. Then you've got movement speed and frost efficiency. This is the only frost efficiency boost we've found so far in skill trees, so very unique. Unarmored defense is one of the best defensive skills in the game. It has no downsides. Like, the new max for your shield for your ward that it reserves becomes the new max. So like you still get amp effects, you still get brimming effects, all that stuff. There is no downside to unarmored defense. You always take this skill if you are a berserker. Always. 100% of the time. It is always the play. Blood Frenzy is healing and more uptime on the class feat. You've got AoE damage, you've got already diverse damage boosts, you've got huge quality of life with Relentless Rage, and then the capstone is just more action skill for whatever action skill you're using. It just supports everything. Berserker is just a great supportive class. You're the first person I saw streaming as a Bereaver, that's actually why I'm here. Oh, I'm super glad. It's my favorite combination I've done so far, just because the aggression and the management of so many resources at once. Like with Berserker Graveborn combination, using a Graveborn action skill, your health is a resource you need to keep an eye on. You need to juggle your cooldowns. You need to juggle your healing. You also want to minimize your downtime. You want to maximize your enrage uptime. Like, I just like having to juggle that many things at once. It's very interactive. Even if on the surface it seems simple, I'm keeping track of a lot of things, and I like a build that keeps my mind busy. Huh, this class combination has enough movement speed to make that jump. You do need increased movement speed to jump that, which I find interesting, because you gotta sprint jump and have enough to, like, mantle there. I like using the new Graveborn skill or the buff skill. I feel like the buff's pretty OP. Yeah, Reaper of Bones is definitely the stronger of the two. Dire Sacrifice is fun for mobbing, but it definitely falls off against bosses. Whereas Reaper of Bones is just good damage against everything. Additionally, it's insane survivability because it heals you completely on using, then it makes it so you can't die while it's active. If you would die while Reaper of Bones is active, instead, it turns off and you get 3 seconds of invincibility. Reaper of Bones is crazy good. About unarmored defense, I believe you get 75% of your shield's capacity into health while it only reserves 50%. Yeah, so it's always a game. Always a game. Unarmored defense is always the play. Yeah, we actually one-tap enemies with the crit bonus from Smart Armor. Crazy. No shot, I was protecting that. So would Burr's melee damage apply to Spellblade? Spellblade's a melee weapon that scales with spell damage instead of melee damage, so some types of melee damage might, but some won't. Can't wait to get my new Xbox shipped tonight. Let's go, Beyond Air. Hopefully that gets to you sooner rather than later. Not sure what's meant by the verbiage reserve in the word discussion. Yeah, so what unarmored defense does is it takes a percentage of your ward and makes it so you can't access that anymore. So you see my ward bar is stuck at half. But it takes that 50% and then it gives that back to you in a larger quantity on your health bar instead. So there's two kinds of reservation effects in this game. There's unarmored defense, and then there's deathless. Deathless is an armor piece that takes all of your health except 1 point, and then gives it to you in a greater value on your ward. Burst melee damage does apply to spell blades and melee weapon in all forms. It just also gets spell damage. Okay, it's also in rather than instead of. Thank you, Viper. Close to getting my first character to Chaos 20. Temptation started a character strong. Yeah, I've been using saves to make builds on multi-class combinations I haven't leveled yet, but I do still want to level all the combos. Oh, Spectre got me. So OP thing gives tons of damage when your ward's down, so unarmored sounds like a super OP pairing with that. Cursed Wit? Yeah, Cursed Wit is very powerful, and unarmored defense does make it easier for you to get uptime on that. Unarmored defense just makes it easier for you to do anything involving whether you want a ward to be full or empty, because it reduces the threshold necessary to make it empty, and the threshold necessary to make it full. It's just always better, and it makes you tankier overall. It's one of the best skills in the game. Trying out Grave plus Spore. That's a fun combo, see Cucumber. I'm personally staying away from it right now because there's a couple like buggy interactions I want to avoid. But I'm looking forward to them fixing that so I can jump into that again because there are some cool things you can do with that. Gotta run to work. Hope you have a great day. Nice to meet you. Nice meeting you as well, Warbane. I hope you have a good day at work. Do amp shields still work with it? They do. They do. Any while full effect will work at your new while full point. So my ward is full right now. Despite it showing as half, because that's what unarmored caps it at, it's full. So any while full effects are working. So you still get amp. All that goodness is really strong. There we go. Smart armor good. Smart armor's very good. Hey Kirk, got a Deathless and used it with unarmored and it's funny. It is funny. Because one will take priority over the other and you still benefit. Just finished stab with spell shots, so I want something different that wasn't melee. That's cool. I love the variety in class combinations you have in this game. This Banshee. So Banshee's super awkward on this build. I still haven't figured this one out, if we're being perfectly honest. I'm gonna have to shoot gun a bit or die a bunch. I'll show you both approaches. I'll show you the die a bunch approach first. So she just kind of does the puddle thing under her constantly. You can do this, and if you have the damage, you can just kind of tank, but you start running out your bleed out timer very quickly doing that. Very quickly. So this is ultimately a shoot gun fight. I could Ragnarok, I guess. I haven't tried Ragnarok against her. Thanks, Steve. Let's try Ragnarok. Oh, I didn't bother putting an enchant on. Oh, it's the other one. Okay.
My conscience is clear.
No, it does not have good range. Banshee, get over here. Any interactions with Amp you found? No, there's Amp skill on melee boost it. What about something like Rain of Arrows? Amp applies to all projectiles that you shoot with that trigger pull. So, yeah, it just the interaction is that it works. Yeah, that's sad. Banshee's a bit awkward on this build. It's doable. Very awkward. No, don't lunge. Didn't want that. We'll be here a while on this one. Yeah, we're just gonna shoot gun. So this is one I need to figure out more. Obviously, fight went a lot better against Celissa, even went a lot better against the Dragon Lord. Banshee hard counters melee a lot more. It's doable, but I don't quite have the damage for that yet. So we gonna shoot gun. Hey Jelly, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh, there goes my ammo.
Time for a spell.
Man, Banshee, you did not want to stop that time, huh? Reload the gun, please. I still love this fight. Still my favorite boss, I think. Because it teaches you mechanics early on in the game. That's something even a seasoned Borderlands player might be a little bit rusty on.
As always, good try, Delivery. Oh, what an awful answer.
let me put my greatsword back on. Let's see if we can greatsword what's left. No, stop licking other chatters, Moo Girl. Bonk. Hi, soccer chick. How you doing? Raid boss. Sword reminds me of the Blood Skull Blade, a blade from Skyrim. Yeah, a little bit. Girlfriend made French toast. Jealous, McG. Jealous. The Moo Girl do what she wants to do. Okay, okay, fine. I don't judge. I support the homies. Ah. But that said, Moo Girl and Soccer Chick, I don't come to your place of work and start licking my friends. Just saying. Oh, this would be tragic if I died here. This would be a fucking tragedy.
The champion returns to the field. Sneak.
Alright, don't fly away. I needed you to not do that. There we go. Can you lick me at work to make people around me uncomfortable? I'll put in an application. We'll see what I can do. Love a firing range option nested within the inspect toggle. There is target dummies around Brighthoof you can shoot. Little targets. You can test damage numbers and stuff on them. There's also some crabs in Brighthoof you can test things on. Get a very Darksiders feel from boss in this game. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. Trick Mirror. This is a fun one. I gotta find a use for that. Ooh, a Chaotic Carouser. I love this gun. Melee damage crossbow Carouser, huh? That could be useful. Reason for a firing range function built in the spec. Miniguns are great, but not worth the purchase on spec alone. Oh, so you'd like to try it before you buy? I think that kind of defeats the purpose, honestly. But that's just my opinion, though. I see what you mean. Bloodbag with dark magic efficiency is a good roll, but poison damage, not really the move here with Berserker. Hey, Brian B. Dine, how you doing? Waggles? What am I waggling? What's happening? Source only fans. No. A 69 of no frost spell shot skeep. Pain. Suffering. Yeah, I'm going for a frost skeep. Frost Berserker skeep. Like, any rolls on it, because I'm using a level 23 right now. It's, not treating me nicely. Let me equip Loot Luck before I change maps, though. Why do I have so much in this area? Alright, what's got more Loot Luck? These are both the same. Alright, cool. Moving on.
I feel.
Back to my low-level skeep.
Magical.
See, Quags this thing called a dump truck. It's organic, wild caught, and jiggles a lot. I uncomfy. Ooh, that's a Hydra with an extra charge. I haven't seen that before. Some of these spells getting extra charges is just scary. Like, legitimately. I'm like, hey, why do you exist? Nitro got a Twister with 3 charges, and I just about pooed myself. Because that's crazy. That's so much damage in such a short window of time. Just think about it. You could throw out 3 Twisters, and then Spell Shot Capstone to reset the cooldown, and do 3 more Twisters. By the time you've cast 3 Twisters, guess what? Your Spell Shot Capstone is off cooldown. Crazy.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Is this dot-based melee or trying full melee? This is full melee, Dragon Cat. I'm not doing dots. Using 2 Twisters, 2 charges each on spell shot, it's gross. Yeah, Mac? That sounds like a lot of fun. Twister's one of my favorite spells. We are not doing dots here. This is melee. It's the big hits killing things, not the little hits. Ha! I can hit that. That was cool. I didn't think that would work. Just showed up trying to catch up. What are your thoughts of it so far? This is really fun. There's a couple bosses that I need to iron out how to deliver my damage well against them, but this has been a really fun setup so far. Another different form of the ASMD. Yes, the Drill's Fury is basically a reworked and flavorful ASMD. I like it a lot. Drill? We haven't gotten Drill in this build yet. I think it'll be possible with a Ragnarok, just like annoying. Banshee is super annoying on this build, though. I have an idea for how I would handle Banshee on this build more consistently, but it'd require a different class combination, and I don't really feel like doing that. Got him stuck. Step Shark. Switch a Ghostblade for those maybe, since it's still melee damage. The thing with that, Itsukato, is I would want to switch my armor as well. Or at least get the Ghostblade enchant on an item that increases crit damage and crit chance while it's out. Because the thing is, I'm using Smart Armor. So my crit chance goes down, my crit damage goes up. I'm using Smart Armor combined with From the Shadows so that I'm always critting while my action skill's up. So the crit chance penalty doesn't mean anything to me, I just get the damage. I would want to change armors when using Ghostblade, but yeah, that's probably a play for those. You could just shoot on my melee build? What's the point then? There are some things that I make concessions and shoot for. For example, Bernadette on the Dragon Lord. I shoot Bernadette because I have to. But the entire point of a melee build like this is to not shoot. Now, occasionally I'll shoot for things like, what is it, follow-up? I keep forgetting the name. Yeah, follow-up. Where you shoot a few times and it massively buffs your next melee swing. Something nice to do while I'm closing the gap. Ensures I one-shot things. That I don't mind. Because I'm not shooting to kill, I'm shooting to prime. Big hits. For people's thoughts on Spore Cloud, meme or dream, you could probably get it to kill weaker enemies. It's just the Mushroom Companion is probably the weakest contender for making one of the class feat companions be your primary damage output. Like, the Wyvern delivers damage very effectively and also does good damage. The Wyvern's actually good. Like, real good. I do want to make a maximizing Wyvern build once some of the bugs in the game are ironed out a little bit. And the Demi-Lich scales up really well, because every time you do something, he does something. Every time you cast a spell, he casts a spell. So you have an active component there. Also, the thing with the, yes, Kevin, you are a cat. The thing with the Wyvern and the Demi-Lich is they fly. So they're less subject to AI hiccups than the Mushroom is. The Wyvern's also tankier than the Mushroom, so there's that. So in terms of, could you make the Mushroom Cloud kill things? Yeah, I don't expect it to be killing bosses or anything. Although maybe there's some dot shenanigans you could do with it, because there's not a lot of sources of poison damage, outside of specifically using a poison gun in this game. So if you could maybe, I don't know, apply a good poison dot with that, maybe that armor could be useful. Yes, cat. Hi. You're affectionate today. Couple Livewire melees intended? It is. They've confirmed that it is, Trinity. I think it's too powerful, but they've confirmed it's intended, so I'm using it. Mostly while I get this build up and running. You can, in fact, melee without the Livewire, and have it work. It's just a good way of delivering some extra damage. See, this is without Livewire equipped. Banshee does do some good mobbing melee damage. Something to keep in mind, chat, is my enchants on my gear are also kind of scuffed right now. So I'm missing out on a lot of damage. Like, I definitely want the consecutive hits swing thing on my melee weapon. I do not have that currently. Also, I might want a Cryo Banshee instead of a Dark Magic one, for being honest. Cryo Banshee with Dark Magic Buffmeister likely works better than the reverse, which is what I'm doing at the moment. And no, you don't need Buffmeister for this either. I'm just using it. Because movement speed is fun. As soon as we get another sigil that gives move speed, I'm switching to that. You need to nerf dots in this game, those clouds instantly kill you, like, why? It's not that the dots hit that hard, Cartoon Plant, it's that enemies hit harder as you go up chaos level. So compare this to Borderlands 3. I keep forgetting I can't show that menu in Chaos Chamber, that's annoying. Borderlands 3, enemies' damage did not go up as you went up chaos levels. In Wonderlands, it does. Ooh, skeleton keys. Thanks, Sea Cucumber, that's kind of you. See, the Banshee went and killed that guy. No live wire there, it's just the Banshee being good. Thanks, Skeep. Fine. Which means I can swing on under front. Buffmeister has 2 charges? Yeah, that's crazy, Silver Raid. Not in chaos yet, I'm getting my 700 shield destroyed in 1 hit from a crab. Well, 700 is a very small value cartoon plant, I'm gonna be honest. Like, my shield's reserved at half and I have 2287. Oh, shit. Shit. Welp. Trial by fire, I suppose, huh? Yikes. Y'all heard of the fish gun? Yes. Well. It's been real, chat. It's been an experience. How forgiving is your hitbox? Not very. I can hit him if I stand right on the edge. If I stand right here, I can hit him. But I can't dodge anything, so this is just gonna be face tank. Which, predictably, does not work as a long-term strategy. This is cursed. I mean, I'm kinda doing good damage. I can kinda do that. As long as there's ads for my Banshee and Livewire to kill, I can kinda just bunny hop on him. Get me out. Oh, there's no ads. I fucked up. Chat, I fucked up. Maybe. Maybe. Wait, that doesn't second wind you? Phasing other bosses gets you up. That's some bullshit. It's okay. He'll be on phase 2 when we respawn back in. Yeah, wait till he spawns in the back. Yeah, we're gonna have to shoot a gun when he's in the back. Get a quick exclamation build skill tree after this run? Absolutely. Absolutely. Difficulty seems to be scaled to grouping up. Borderlands games always had an increase in enemy HP based on players in the game. I'm sure this game has the same thing. 13-minute Chaos Chamber run. Nice, Rune. I believe my best is in the 7s right now. We're just gonna do this. Just to get him to come the fuck over here. There we go. No, don't you refill. Oh, shit. I somehow already repressed that mechanic. Any ads? Please? Not spawning ads, chat. Okay, this is cursed. Kevin, tell the boss to spawn ads. Is that top ward color or bone color? I'm still getting used to the UI. So the more white one is bone, and the blue one is ward.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Sevens? Yeah, using the typical Furior stuff. I know some speedrunner types like Garwood are in the 5s, but using a less cheesy build, I'm able to run in the 7s. Which is pretty fun. I like it a lot. Not with this build. The fastest I've done with this build is an 11. Actually, I got a couple 10s, but that was like LeChance, so eh. I got an 11 with a Dragon Lord.
Better get my... I cannot.
7-millisecond run one. I've had runs where I left after 7 milliseconds when I saw what curses the Dragon Lord was offering me. Does that count? Yeah, no shot I'm doing this without a good Ragnarok, and I do not have a good Ragnarok, so... I guess we shoot drill. At least in phase 2. We could melee phase 1. We could probably melee phase 3. I think we have to shoot phase 2 for now. We have the ammo on this character. Harpoon? You don't have to deal with the harpoons if you have the DPS to kill him before he fills. The harpoons just cause him to, when he goes to restore his ward, he will restore it based on how many harpoons are here. If you kill him before he does that, you don't need to worry about them.
I lack the ability to do that.
I have a chaotic Ragnarok. I'm farming volatile sometime soon. Only chaotic. Remember, this game's not balanced around having volatiles. Chaotic Ragnarok's still really good. I just don't have good enchant on mine, and I don't have good elements and hilts. So, like, I think I have a couple chaotic ones, but they're not to my liking. I'd be happy with a good chaotic one. Alright, he's in range from... Not there. Fuck me. Come on, ads. I'm too close to him. I can't hit him. The hitbox. Alright, there we go.
This is good.
shooting you. That damage is uninspiring. I think maybe I'd want Archmage on a Banshee. What do you guys think about that? Because then, reduce the cooldown of the Buffmeister on hits. I'm thinking a volatile Banshee. Do Banshees roll in Frost? Has anyone gotten a Frost element one? I'm just trying to think what my ideal weapon for this build would be. Probably a volatile Frost element Banshee with Archmage hilt. All elements? Cool. I've only gotten them in non-LE corrosive dark magic. So, if Frost is confirmed, then beautiful. Chaotic Quaking Sunder with 2 spell damage parts. Now, it's only blue, but the 2 spell damage parts took the damage to higher than a purple. That's funny. Good as dark magic for damage. Depends on what you're fighting, depends on which classes you are. Dark magic, its whole appeal is that it heals. So, me having a dark magic Banshee right now is helping me stay alive. And that's pretty nice. Now, dark magic has an elemental penalty against all matchups. So I'm doing less damage than I would with other elements, particularly with Frost. What would then happen is the Frost one would get the Ancestral Frost boost, and Blast Chill procs off of those swings would double dip the Frost bonus. So I would have significantly stronger Blast Chills and base hits with the Dark Magic element one, which is why I want to have Dark Magic Buffmeister to still be dealing Dark Magic damage for healing, and I want to have a Frost Banshee. And then going with Archmage Hilt instead of Ancient would mean that every hit I get cooldown off my Buffmeister. Better uptime. You have lots of crit chances of this build? I don't, Jelly. I do not. In fact, my crit chance is even lower because I'm running a Smart Armor to lower it even more. So, my crit chance right now, if that would work. Yeah, my melee crit chance is 28, and then I think the Smart Armor roll doesn't apply, so I'm running around with about a 14% crit chance on my melee. But since I'm running from the shadows, all my swings crit during that, so. Hey, Smart Armor. Berserker. Bad passives, though. It's unfortunate. It's even chaotic. Bad passives. Hey, Buffmeister. Cooldown and duration parts. Pew and Kachow. That is not bonk, but I'll take it for other things. Can't wait to get home and work on my Old Man Winter, aka Booker DeWitt build. Nice. The bunnies are being unkind to me today. It was funny, when I was first putting this together, I was listening to Dark Souls 3 soundtrack. Just coincidentally, it's in my Spotify. And it was very fitting with the big sword swings. Who needs crit chance if you know how to aim? People who are using the many damage sources in this game that cannot hit crit spots, K-Dog? Maybe those people? Also people fighting the things that don't have crit spots. You know, but other than those very common situations, sure. Poison damage Spore Warden, is that a double roll all damage? Yeah, that's a double roll. If you don't want a Buffmeister for damage, why not use a low level one? Why not use an item I don't have, Lugame? Also, your enchants on items scale off of your level.
I feel magical.
Hey Rabbit, how you doing?
Available artifice abiding adventurer.
What was on that ring? It was just satisfaction. Okay. Bonnie's toxic, not giving Quag skeep. I know. They're denying me. They're denying me the one thing I want in life, and that's more skeep. Yeah, Kevin, it is bullshit. You talk to him. You tell him. I don't want that. Why do I have that in my inventory? So I also want rings with more melee crit damage, because, you know, from the shadows, I'm able to crit a lot. So crit damage is big for us here. Put away that Hydra, put away that. Double status effect chance roll, I want to mess with that a bit. Anything else to add, Kevin? You're just going to be out of the whole stream? I feel like they made the enchant scale level specifically to deter people from doing weird low-level stuff. Maybe. Maybe. 13 years old again. What? Yeah. Rabbit, this is Twitch. You can't say dumb shit like that. It's an 18+ chat. If you are below 18 and you say so, I have to ban you. Please think before you speak. Because if you don't, I can get in trouble. Anyway. Cat gaming for sure. Kevin, come say hi to chat. Distract them with your catness. Everdeen. Accident, but I'll take it. Look at this cat. No, he didn't, Lou Game. And I'm pivoting to a cat. We like Kevin. Kevin is great. Kevin is lovely. Let's see, what do I have in my bank that can help out this build?
These lands are a beauty.
I haven't messed much with the Afterburner, but that's a lot of damage on the card there. 3.1k times 6. Like, that's a lot of damage. That's like great bow damage. Maybe I mess with the Afterburner. Because, like, if I'm in melee range constantly, I'd probably get good uptime on that, huh? But losing the heal and the bonus element from Body Rune is so awkward. Body Rune does too much. I love the shield, but it's it may be a little bit problematic in terms of how much it does versus other things in the slot. It's like Body Rune and Cursed Wit are a notch above everything else, and I don't know if I love that. Do you get classic-specific enchants only for your main class or for secondary too? So you can get them on any class, Kaiserwerf. You can get any class-specific enchant while playing as any class. The reason why you don't see them often is they are weighted very against you. You're far less likely to get them than others. And you did miss the skill tree draft from Cat. I just forgot to do it. I just hope from speaking too much since I need money for Amsterdam and get my toenail disinfected correctly so it doesn't get infected. Well, be more careful, Rabbit. Be more careful. I certainly hope it's just you losing your voice as well. Went back to the VOD to check out build. May have missed it. If you messed with the melee weapon with 100 extra damage on enemies over 90% health, too inconsistent on C20. The thing with that, Dex, is it's not gonna be doing anything for me after that first hit. And considering I can already one-shot some enemies with this greatsword, and the greatsword does more damage overall throughout the entire encounter, and it has the Banshee effect to assist in mobbing. I don't see a weapon other than Banshee being ideal here. Quag Sir, indeed. They do seem to try and roll mods relevant to classes you expect into. They seem to try, but I've often gotten other class ones, and they're just all weighted against you. But skill tree here, we cap out Berserker for more from the Shadows uptime. We do very little Stabomancer investment here. Honestly, Stabomancer's just here for haste and from the Shadows. We take a few extra points here because follow-up is a nice flow thing. We don't have points in Swift Death here. We legit only spent 11 points here for minimal stuff in Stabo. Everything we want is in Berserker. So this is a main Berserker build. Big swingy boy, good chance to look out for our melee build. You want the one that gives you consecutive hits on each swing. Now, I just happen to have this melee damage versus bosses and badasses one, and I don't want to brick my chaotic Banshee, so I'm not rolling more. But I really want the consecutive hits one. Consecutive swings, rather. That's going to be very much go-to. I have action skill active and action skill start because I'm doing from the shadows so much here. And I have another action skill active on my my live wire over here. I want to play a Spore Berserk build and need a Spore specific enchant. Only have Berserk on 40. You can still get it. You can still get it, Kaiserwerf. It's just unlikely. And with the enchantment breaking situation, your chances of getting any class specific enchant with an 11 rerolls are super, super low. Just save scum? Yeah, it's kind of a corner a lot of people feel they're being pushed into right now. But it's worth noting, Gearbox has reiterated they've tripled down on the fact that they are taking feedback into account. So maybe we can expect some changes to that in the patch. Okay, Kat, what is your deal? What do you want? What is your situation right now? Berserk Stab Armor's not rolled Blast Chill. Let me check the spreadsheet. Crappy wizard. Let me check the spreadsheet. Wouldn't mind a Curse Wit nerf, to be honest. Maybe 30-50% instead of 100. Maybe the buff only lasts 5 seconds of the word break. Still be fun with unarmored defense. Yeah, Curse Wit just does too much for free. It's crazy. Armor combinations that roll Blast Chill. Berserker main Clawbringer secondary rolls Blast Chill. So Berserker Claw. Wasn't there a second combination? There might not be. Yeah, I think it's only Berserker Claw armors that roll Blast Chill. This is possible. Save local files, boot game, roll shit, and if you don't like it, and close game, copy paste old files. Yeah, you don't even need to close the game, see Cucumber. You can just do that with the game open. And a lot of people are doing that. Ideally, the system gets changed so that A, this isn't necessary, and B, so that people playing on platforms that can't do that aren't missing out on doing that. After watching a Hydra kill a raid boss, don't nerf Curse Wit. Alternatively, things that are so pervasive and being used widely across every spec are stifling creativity, and that's the exact purpose of nerfs. People are flocking to Furiors, people are flocking to Buffmeister, people are flocking to Cursed Wit. More than anything else, you see those three things. Often, all of them together. I'm personally a big proponent of creativity. So you can guess where I stand on that. Normally I don't like to do cheap stuff, but save scumming on that for my volatile builds is fine to me. Yeah, and that's an interesting thing. Even people who are very anti-save editing currently are being very understanding about the situation with enchantment breaking. Because look at this Twin Soul, for example. I have a volatile Twin Soul here, chat. Volatile. And it's bricked. Is there a dynamic and otherwise exciting endgame of the Chaos Chamber that's being suppressed by exploits? Yes, there's lots of fun playstyles, and perception of item balance in general, Sea Cucumber, is being warped by certain things. For example, in the first couple days of the game, people were like, hey, Nightshade and Spriggan are just better than everything else in the game. You need to buff all of the legendaries. And then those people stopped using Buffmeisters, and they're like, wait, hang on, this liquid cooling doesn't need a Buffmeister to be the top DPS. It's just good. But liquid cooling itself is also situational. So if you remove the crutches that people are using to prop up their builds, people are going to have to learn how to maximize things, use other interactions together, and it's going to lead to players doing more varieties of things in their gameplay. But as long as there's something that stands head and shoulders above everything else in a particular slot, people don't use other things. For example, most builds right now, Buffmeister, Body Rune, or Cursed Wit, with Skeep, and liquid cooling. How many builds can you think of that have those things? Just that combination of items. And the answer is, it's most of them. Is there a build for Sporegrave that's non-companion? You can totally do some Sporegrave stuff that's non-companion. You could do, something I messed around with for a while was Reaper of Bones with Spore Capstone, so just like the ultimate gun build. Liquid cooling is good as fuck, though. It is. It's not top tier. It is top tier. It's not overpowered because it's not the thing you use in all situations. Because what happens when you run out of liquid cooling ammo? What happens against one of the cryo-immune bosses? What happens when you need to deliver damage in bursts rather than sustain? Like, there's situations where a Gluttony out DPS with liquid cooling. There's situations where White Rider is something you switch to, etc., etc. It's not something like a Buffmeister where, unless you're trying to directly do damage with a spell or spam on spell cast effects, Buffmeister is your tool. If you're playing a gun build that doesn't need to spam spells all the time, yeah. Cursed Wit's good for Clobbering. Cursed Wit's good for everyone. Cursed Wit and Body Rune are the only wards most players are using right now. Meanwhile, me running around doing C20 stuff on my Spore Stab on Stabber builds using mainly Pookie's Chew Toy and still murdering things easily. Yeah, you can be creative. It's just things at the top are stifling. Is there a link to that spreadsheet with armor combinations and or Discord should be in for build info? Yeah, Hadron. If you do ! Discord, that'll link you to our community Discord. I can't speak. And we have a resources channel with all this stuff. So lots of theory crafting happens there as well. Good info to have. General question: does it matter which class is main and which is secondary? Is Berserker Stabber, Stabber Berserker? So not for your class spec, Woodturner, but in terms of armor rolls. So like if you get Berserker first, Clawbringer secondary, that rolls different skills than getting Clawbringer first and Berserker secondary, for example. But in terms of your skill trees, it doesn't matter. Just the second one is the one you can change. The first one is the one you can't. Loving the Gluttony? Gluttony is great. Gluttony is a personal favorite as well. So I have another Banshee here. It's non-Ellie. I don't really want it to be non-Ellie. Now, Rampage is nice for when I'm out of From the Shadows, but it's completely useless to me while I'm in From the Shadows. So that's why I'm resistant using that one. This is another volatile Twin Soul. Ancient and Warrior. That's pretty good. Maybe not for this build, but that's still good. I do want to do some Mage Staff stuff. See, this is another Banshee. This one has Vampire, and that could be useful. But I think I do want to settle on Archmage if I can get that. Let's roll this Bad Egg. I want to try out a Stabbo enchant that I've yet to see roll on this character. And sometimes I do just roll because I can. Because Moon Orbs are not a resource you can accumulate over time. It's just like, you cap out and then it's like you're not getting anything. So I will just occasionally reroll an item that I have no intention of using. Again, points out a big flaw with the system. And it's one roll from being bricked now. We didn't get anything of value. Hey Gio, why on Dolly SMG stock like on your cryo purple have any accuracy if don't have 10% crit damage like in BL Theory's crit damage hidden? It's part dependent. Some parts have it. It is part dependent. You can get Dahlia SMGs with crit parts. Masterwork handbow's fire. Yeah. I really like handbow for enemies that don't move much with open crit spots. Same kind of thing as King's Queen's Call in BL3. I really like handbow for Vorkanar in particular, and for Son of a Witch. Those are the situations where I'd say handbow really shines. What are you? Chaotic Pandemicium.
Time for a spell.
Alright, what do we got here? Bulwark Buddies, Healing Amendments. Healing Amendments. Run Fortifying Sigil for my Buffmeister. Fortifying Sigil is very good. Yeah, Fortifying Sigils are great. It's just like, in comparison, it's another way of highlighting why the Buffmeister is problematic. There's no Fortifying Sigils that move with you. There's, like, ones that give damage reduction, that have a shorter duration that move with you, but Buffmeister moves with you, every single version provides movement speed, and then the bonus element. Cryo Buffmeisters also have a damage source of spell on the bonus element, so that's even crazier. But then each one will roll with 2 red text effects that buff different things. You can get melee damage, or you can get fire rate handling, reload speed, or you can get spell damage. You get ability damage. Like, Buffmeister does so much with no downsides at all compared to other sigils, whereas Fortifying Sigils are just massively weaker overall, but are still incredibly good. Fortifying Sigils are still some of the best spells in the game, but Buffmeister is head, shoulders, and torso ahead of them in terms of utility, and that's the problem. Utility and damage. There's no compromising when using a Buffmeister. You just have your cake, eat it too, and then beat up the kid in the next seat and take his cake. Like... Buffmeister could be nerfed down to have no damage on it whatsoever. This thing increased direct damage dealt, they could completely remove that. And not only would it still be one of the best spells in the game in terms of utility, it would also still be one of the best damage increasing spells in the game, because it does a bunch of shit it doesn't tell you on the card. Hey Walnut, how you doing? If you're ever in doubt about the magnitude of the Buffmeister, exclamation point Buffmeister, we have a command for it. Write-up done by CZ. It tells you precisely what the Buffmeister does. And it is more than any other item in the game. Buffmeister's the bread and butter for most people builds, but also the cheese, the plate, the table, the house, the plumbing system, the neighborhood, the fucking government, and the sun. True. True. Hey, Ghost. What class combination is this? This is Stabomancer Berserker. Doing some melee stuff. Of course we got this enemy type in an elite room. It's fine. Stop crawling away. Ooh. Did we do that all in like 2 from the Shadows activations? That was pretty sick. Ooh, melee damage. Melee crit damage while ward's not full effects increase 100%. Cooldown rate, let's fucking go. That ring, holy shit. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Holy. Upgrade. That's one passive off being perfect. "18-minute featured with Ghostblade setup, died during Dragon Lord, so a few minutes wasted." That's sick, Viper. Really don't like it, though. I don't like it either, Cantrama. I don't like that it does all of those things. I want it to be severely toned down. Basically, just the B-Shield. It's the B-Shield if it also took every other good item from its game and was like, yeah, I do that too. And also, no downside. B-Shield turns off if you take damage. Buffmeister doesn't. The effects include the primary effect? Yes, it's everything on there. Everything on there. Got one of them yesterday. Want to see exactly what did. Happen to get a lightning version with Cryo SMG in my lightning based build. Damn thing was hitting from 67 to 260 plus K per hit. Shit's just absurd. Yeah, and it scales up like that with damage instances. And that's why you see so many people saying, hey, these times 4 SMGs are the shit. Like, they're good. They're not even in like the top 5 for DPS. Because the fire rate ramps down. And the damage delivery is rather slow. It's just in large projectiles at once. But if you're shooting something that hits, 4 times per trigger pull, rather than something that hits once per trigger pull, you get 4 times the value out of the Buffmeister. Hey, Mr. Lone Wolf, how are you today? That was at the range on an actual target? Yeah, you can imagine on an actual target with, like, kill skills and stuff active. That's pretty silly.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think I really need this Ancient hilt with Berserker Capstone. Like, I already have really good uptime on From the Shadows. And the Ancient hilt is doing nothing for me while I'm in From the Shadows. This is a big thing. That was a fast room. Good leveling my second character. Let's go. Should we give you all the buffs on as debuffs for 30 seconds after using it? Permanently even. Toxic. I like it.
Ready to cast. Let's again.
I used a Buffmeister in water. Do I have a fucking Death Wish? I think I do. So melee is very viable in this game, by the way. I know it's a crutch, but there's something comical to me about having an SMG with almost 30 fire rate, just the burn noise constantly. It is fun to have that kind of fire rate. I would rather see that be done with build investment than, you know, a crutch item, as you said. Like, you can get a lot of fire rate on some classes. Stabbo gets a lot, Spore Warden gets a lot, Spell Shot gets a lot. So you combine two of those classes, you get some fire rate passes on gear. You can get fire rate while shield depleted on a lot of shields, on wards rather. You can get a lot of fire rate, and personally I'd rather it be achievable that way than taking one item that has the same impact of making any build better. You know? The entire spine of a gearing system in a game like this is that things are situational. You could have a situation where one item is desirable over another. But if an item is not situational and it's always better, that's a problem. Keep hearing legendary suck and melee sucks and I simply don't understand it. It's because people aren't experimenting. It's because people will construct their builds around one of the many exploits that are known right now, such as infinitely stacking mushroom companions, such as using Buffmeister with Ambihextrous to make it inherit the base damage, such as harvest stacking. People will be using those things, and then the second they use something other than that, they never learned how to construct builds, because they never had to, so they'll assume everything else is trash. But, like, really, just experimenting with items is how you learn how to construct builds, and how you find what's good and what isn't. There are absolutely some things that just are not worth using and could stand to be addressed, but those things are in further danger of never being addressed the longer the albatross of things like the Buffmeister is hanging around the game's neck. Is the Beast Syndrome? It's exactly the same thing, yes. Ooh, Nightmare. Nightmare's fun on this build. Skeep, where are you? I need help. Hopefully Banshee will save me. Yeah. Nice. Oh, rude. You gonna come down, Nightmare? There you are. There you go, that's Melee versus Nightmare. Using Buffmeister completely ruined the game for me. I spent a lot of time working on this build from the ground up. For my first build, I'm pretty happy with its progress. Being able to just run around watching everything drop from one item is like, okay, game over. Right. You no longer need to experiment. It's over. That's it. I'm using it purely for movement speed right now, and to mitigate this level 21 skeep that I can't fucking get rid of. But even then, it is a little bit of an easy mode button. Not gonna lie. Not gonna pretend it's not helping a lot. saying it's a skeeper. Yes. I think it feels like something that should have been added towards the end of the game's life cycle, a la Revolter than the very beginning. Yeah, later in BL3's life, we got things like Revolter and Guardian Angel, which are just slap on many, many builds and make build better. But that was at a point where our chances of getting balancing on other things that were lacking was low. Like, things that just would not do acceptable damage on their own. And had no chance of being buffed up because of the age of the game and the fact they're working on other projects, which is understandable considering the amount of support we got over 2.5 years. But this is a launch item. This is the same thing as the B, where it launched with an item that invalidated a lot of other options for a lot of people. It made them think that balance was a certain way and other things when it wasn't. For example, you still have people thinking that the Sandhawk itself in BL2 was the source of the damage. It was an acceptable item. It was outright good when built for, but it was not this destroyer of worlds that it was with the B shield. On its own, if built around was solid, right, but solid. Totally different league of power. Next emote's Quag Skeep. Honestly, Rapid Fire? Maybe. What melee weapon you running? I'm running a Banshee right now. A Wailing Banshee. I want a better one. I want a Volatile one, or even a Chaotic Frost one with a different hilt. So let's maybe roll for that for a while, I think.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey, Lyman. 99% of my downs is because I dared to play in a map with water. It do be like that. Yeah, Kevin is here. I'll pet the Kevin. So I keep bringing up Jacobs because I've always loved Jacobs since BL1. Jacobs got a glow up in BL3 for sure. Banshee, I hardly know she. Boo. So, Buffmeister is just one of those things that people's perceptions of other items will be warped until Buffmeister is changed. It's just as simple as that. I understand the point that has been made of, hey, just buff things to the level of the Buffmeister. But here's the thing. A, you can't. You cannot. It is not possible. You cannot do that. Nothing else does what it does, and what it does is the problem. You cannot buff things to the level where they're equal to the Buffmeister. And this brings us to option 2, where if you try to, you end up with BL3, where everything falls over and nothing is difficult, ever. And that's kind of a bad state to get into 2 weeks into the game's life. Is that Jake losing his mind? It's mostly Kevin, but yeah, Jake's been running around a little bit too. A little bit. How you liking it? Any quick tips for Graveborn Spore Warden? For Graveborn Spore Warden, well, there's a bunch of beneficial bugs. So I am not playing that combination currently. But honestly, those are both just solid classes. It's impossible to go wrong with that class combination, if I'm being perfectly honest. Sanguine Sacrament over the Graveborn Tree is really good survivability, so if you're having trouble surviving, because enemy damage is pretty high in this game, just make sure you're using a spell with a short cooldown and spamming it, and it's very hard to go down on a Graveborn. Cat's got that Stabbo speed boost, true. Afterburner sound good with Clawbringer Berserker, just been blessed by Forkanar. That does sound like a fun time. Tinker Axiom. That does sound like a fun time. What does Buffmeister do? Exclamation point Buffmeister carrier. It's a full explanation of the mechanics of the item and why it is problematic. It's a chaotic snake stick, but not really a hilt mod I could use on a snake stick. I don't get why they had to include an item like the Buffmeister at all. Never worked out in any of the games. Sometimes creativity can be its own downfall. Because, like, they did a great job of making each item feel different from each other and do different things. Like, items feel very unique in this game. But sometimes that means you make some effects that shouldn't be included. Keep seeing videos of people getting bosses respawn in Chaos Chamber. Never get it to happen. Luck is luck. They wanted buff spells, Buffmeister's not balanced. Yeah. The sigils are great, is the thing. I see so many people are like, oh, sigils are bad. Have you used sigils? I've never seen anyone using sigils. I've been using sigils a lot, and they're really good. The fortifying sigils, one of the most powerful heals in the game. Also, all sigils have this projectile nullification effect, super cracked, against some bosses that are very problematic. Like Son of a Witch's Slam, you can block that with a sigil. It makes him super easy. It makes him almost free, as long as you have the DPS. During the raid boss fights, sigils are a great way of healing. In group play, sigils for your teammates, amazing. As a spell shot, you can spam singularity sigils, and you can control enemies. You can make them go wherever you want them to. You can lock them down entirely. There's sigils that spawn hydras, so you can do companion stuff with them. Like, sigils are good, but because of one item in the class of spell, they're overlooked. It's because of one item. Sorry, Buffmeister, it's a legendary spell, I meant. Remember the recursion? The recursion was fine, and it was never this thing that people thought it was. There was an engine bug that was benefiting most weapons in the game. Recursion was one of many, and even at peak abuse of that, guess what? Recursion was not even a top 5 item if you were to force me to rank items, which I don't like to do. So, like... What's your point? What's the sigil that makes the healing and damage area again? That's a fortifying sigil. A Pico. Fortifying. And to be a bit pompous in my declaration of credentials regarding the BL3 stuff, if you think I'm wrong on BL3 balance takes, I have more world records than you.
I'm not lost, I just really like Max.
L plus ratio plus more world records plus maintained builds. It do be like that sometimes. Use a sigil early on for a while, they can be very handy and work situationally well. And that's a great word to bring up into that. Situational. Using a sigil correctly in the correct situation is a huge, huge boon to the player. And it changes your gameplay in an enjoyable manner. It's interactive, it's fun, and it feels unique compared to other spells. Using a God mode button is none of those things. It's something you do as soon as it's available, all the time, on every build. So I did have another thought on this build though. The spell that I'm looking to replace my current one with is I want that that mythical extra charge, like 3 extra charge roll, Spectral Talents. Because I want to use that and then call this build Rackstab. I want Rackstab to be an actual swing melee weapon build. Because if you listen to the Banshee sound, it kind of sounds like a bird, right? This could be Rackstab, chat. This could be what we've been waiting for. Does anyone know if the barrage poison anoint for Spore Warden only roll on guns? Yes, it's a gun anoint, Wolf Booty. Gun enchant, rather. If I can stop with the curse, game isn't even multiple yet. It's not curse, it's just clever naming. But think about it, it makes sense, right? It's Rackstab. Anyone who doesn't know, Rackstab is the build that I kind of constructed my channel around in Borderlands 3. It's the first build that put me on the map, and to this day, it still holds multiple world records for FLAC endgame speedrunning in Borderlands 3. So, making a spiritual successor to that would be pretty awesome. Pick up the thing.
You should have yielded when you had the chance.
Yeah, the video's super old, but the BO3 build document, FLAC build document, does have more up-to-date write-up on that setup. It was a lot of fun. Good times. Guess many just don't want to remove the damage dealing of a normal spell. What do you mean by that, Emily? And the mobbing on this is fun. Just killing that enemy when you're about to lose from the shadows, get that Berserker capstone, like, look how much duration we're refunding constantly. It's so fun. Between Banshee and Livewire, we're just splashing other enemies to trigger our capstone. We kept From the Shadows up for like that whole encounter. It was great.
I can cast again.
ASA is actually ASS 60 seconds? Yes. As last year, I had my own dorm room and TV on the floor so I could lay down and play games. Rackstab days were the best. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Carrie. Let all this banter distract from the fact that Rectifier still does 3 damage? Yeah, exactly. And we're in a position where the community is much more discerning about balancing of things. Because we're now familiar with what they can do with a Borderlands 3 style update cycle, right? Weekly hotfixes, monthly patches. We know that they can do a lot with that now. And they know they can do a lot with that now. So, things like weapon balance that are very feasible to hotfix, that's something that can be done. However, we need the community looking at the correct things for us to avoid ending up in situations like a lot of the situations Borderlands 3 had, where certain things were monstrously overpowered, never touched. Certain things were monstrously underpowered, never touched. That's because you gotta get the community talking about the correct things. Gearbox, fundamentally, they aim to please. They love their fans. So, things we talk about a lot, they're gonna be paying closer attention to those things. Now, that is not a guarantee they change things. It is not a guarantee that they will ever bend to the whims of the community over their creative vision, or should they in some situations. But it does mean our chances improve if we're talking about the right stuff. Hot take, Buffmeister's problematic, no doubt. Mode's not auto-picking up is even more so. Preach. Talk to him, Aushin. You're 1000% correct. No, I'm joking, but I agree with you. If I pick up one more white item trying to get motes, I will cry. Yep. One of the advantages to running around with a full inventory, I suppose. You can't pick up those items by accident. I'm a hoarder. I have a problem. Hi, a hoarder. Yeah, Viper, shut up. Resident Evil. Chaos Chamber is so cool for testing the flexibility of builds. Been having a blast optimizing my build for doing content in general, not focusing on specific content. Exactly. I just play Chaos Chamber. Like, I turn my brain off and I enjoy the gameplay. And that's something I really enjoy. Like, I can decide that I want to play and still efficiently acquire loot. And that's not something previous games were as good about. Chaos Chamber loot bunnies are extremely good at letting you just enjoy yourself while also progressing towards a gearing goal. And that's big. That's big. It's a huge design step forward. I like that a lot. There's, of course, still things to work out with the loot system. Nothing is perfect, and there's a lot of problems that I'm sure you guys have heard outlined endlessly from here and other places. But I think Chaos Chamber is a huge step forward for so many things in the game. This build's looking good damage. Any core interaction or just big stick, big damage. So we're using a specific set of enchants right now for good uptime on our damage. That's why it looks pretty consistent. But the big thing we're doing here is we're using a smart armor for that massive crit damage increase. Now, Valora weapons have a very big crit on them. You see 120% crit damage. And we're using From the Shadows to make every hit crit. So we have high consistency of our damage output when we're in From the Shadows. So we're pretty much building around From the Shadows for this build. We also use a live wire because it's just the melee weapon to hold. I want to use the Teeth Sniper, though. I need to get one, preferably a volatile one. They can't be enchanted, so at least I don't have to worry about that. And part variance isn't going to be an issue. I just want to roll for a volatile. Banshee again? Ugh. Ugh. I guess it's now's the time to try Ghostblade. What does Teeth do? It's like the melee saw blades or crossbolts, except it shoots a lot of them for high value. So if you put a bunch of teeth into an enemy, your next melee hit does a lot. So using like teeth and maybe a pincushion is something I want to try, because pincushion does another hit of damage based on how many crossbolts you have in an enemy. I want to see if maybe those interact favorably. I was concerned at first about the DLC focusing on endgame. Now I think it was smart. Right, and they've not said that we're not getting story stuff too. In fact, they've implied that we're getting both, which is great, because BL3 was very light on endgame DLC. BL2 was mostly story DLC with just endgame bosses, and then TPS was pretty much just story. Like, there was the dome was cool, but BL1's entire endgame was DLC. So, like, they're finally balancing both approaches, seemingly. Fingers crossed, hopefully. Got mine at 47 times 9 and a 5% for each tooth to melee damage as a blue. Yeah, it only rolls as a blue. The times 9, that's the projectile count. So, you get 9 hits per trigger pull, 5% each, and you can shoot a bunch of times. I think it's 10-second duration on the teeth. I think it's 10-second duration on the teeth. Does this do, like, any damage? Not really. Yeah, Ghostblade, no. No, let's go with no. The manufacturer said it's Hyperius. It is a quest reward item from the Tooth Fairy quest. And you can get it in vendors after you've done that quest.
I rise on the wings of valor.
Oh, you had a floor puddle there? That's rude. There's one there, too. You know, my cats are fighting in the background. I wonder if I can get away with this. Not really. Yeah, not really. Finished campaign, only level 35, bought the $80 version of the game, don't see a Game Pass, they address this, so am I dumb? Game Pass? Season Pass content has not started releasing yet, PvE Sweat. So, the first Season Pass content drop is on April 21st, I believe. So, what you have with the Season Pass is just, as those first 4 major content drops come out, you will just get them. You've already paid for them, so you've paid for future content that is not out yet.
What incredible techniques did I learn next? Who else requires so much math? Recharge!
Thank you, you're very welcome. I need to stop using a Buffmeister in water. That's how you die. That is how you die. This build's real fun until you get Banshee or Drill, and then it's like, oh, well, I guess I shoot gun now. Oh well. Where to find information for content drops, other patches? You've got the Wonderland's Twitter account is very active. If you do exclamation point hotfix, that will send you to the dev blog they did on the most recent hotfix, and that website is also where they post a lot of information. We know what's in the first DLC yet? No, we do not. They have released a trailer for the Season Pass as a whole, though, a few weeks ago. And we know some of the things. We know we're going to be getting more enemies in the game, including bosses. We know we're getting a 7th character class at some point in Season Pass. So we have general ideas, but nothing specific. So even with that train wreck of a Banshee fight, it's still sub 17. Who's your least favorite boss and why is it Son of a Witch? I actually don't mind Son of a Witch that much anymore, the more I've played. My least favorite boss... let me think about that one. Like, are we talking normal boss or hidden bosses included? Give me Bard class. Bard class, Paladin class, Monk class, those are some good ideas I've heard. Elite Pigwort. Pigwort is the fucking raid boss of raid bosses in this game. Nothing can change my mind. Elite Pigwort is nightmarish. He is the thing that haunts your dreams. It's the thing under your bed, the thing in your closet, your sleep paralysis demon. Pigwort is everything you fear. Thanks for the help, you're very welcome. I'm a Destiny 2 gamer, so very new to the Gearbox community. Well, welcome in. We're happy to have you, PvE Sweat. I hope you enjoy the game. There's a lot of crossover between Destiny fans and Borderlands fans, and Wonderlands fans as well. And I want to do my part to make it a little more positive. So welcome in. We're happy to have you. Common boss-wise. You know, it might still be Son of a Witch just because I like all of them, really. It'd be Son of a Witch or Celissa, I suppose. Celissa's just annoying. Like, not difficult, doesn't have a lot of health or anything. Celissa's just like, oh, it's you. Alright. I just want a skeep. A Berserker skeep. Tell him, Kevin. Tell him I want a Berserker skeep. Yeah, tell them. Okay. Least favorite is any boss that comes out of the Obelisk and Chaos runs that doesn't have a boss icon on the map. Look at you, Tooth Fairy. Tooth Fairy, it's very hard to see at times. I will give you that, yeah. For sure. But the bunny's bulge never failed to make me uncomfortable. It is odd, isn't it? Whales, yeah. Yeah, transistor. That's a fun one. Take that. Dragon Lord kills times. He can. He's very slow. But I do love the fight of Dragon Lord. It really is a final exam boss. It's like, hey, everything you've learned all at once, go. So this is almost what we're going for. This is a good roll. It's Chaotic Spectral Talons. Dark Magic is good news. It'll assist in healing a little bit. Extra Projectile is nice. Cooldown rate is nice. Radius doesn't do much here. If this was like extra projectile cooldown and a charge, I think that'd be what I would want on this. Or maybe not even cooldown. If I end up getting that Archmage hilt, I don't need cooldown. At that point, I'd want to go another projectile. Reason why I want projectile over damage is because it can seek independently and hit more enemies. And each one hits twice, like it does a pass and then comes back through. So more projectiles is a lot more hits. I'll buy that just to have. See, this is another reason vendors are super powerful. Just a random Spriggan in here, even as a blue, this is one of the higher DPS guns you can find just easily. Like, it's not super part dependent, whereas getting a really good Torg shotgun is going to depend a bit on parts. Whereas just getting a good Spriggan is like, is it cryo? That's it. That's the only requirement. Is it cryo? It's a good Spriggan. Dark Magic might be one of my favorite additions to a Borderlands game. Agree. Dark Magic feels so well tuned. It rewards you for investing into it. It's interactive. It's not like the answer to face tanking bosses, at least not solo bosses. How many times can have speed boost as a buff? Thank you for testing. I genuinely don't know. That's some chunky damage, chat. Look at that. When we get Blast Chill on one of our crit swings, it hits hard. Push the other elements at a ×4. Kind of weird that they don't. Kind of weird. But then again, I suppose we'd see a lot more use of those SMGs, even more so than now, if they did have other elemental coverage. Because I can tell you without a doubt that I'd use fire ones if they rolled in ×4. Because there's not a lot of good fire weapon coverage in this game. There are options, but there's not a lot. Cryo's pretty stacked. Poison's doing pretty okay. Lightning's doing pretty okay. But, fire could stand to have some more options. Hey, Coomers, how you doing? Take anything over crushing on Grog? True. Doing Greyborn Berserker and the reserve shield skill makes Dark Magic more fun. High health because high fun. Yeah, unarmored defense is just amazing on any build. If you are ever a Berserker, unarmored defense is your friend. It is your lover. It is your cousin. Roll Tide. say roll tide or miss. Hear that? You did not miss here. Your ears are working great. I'm gonna head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. I don't know why it's up to you anymore. Understandable, to be honest. Understandable. I support your decision completely. I'd unsub for myself if Twitch would let me. Where's the enemies? Oh, this is one of them low density seeds, huh? See, that zoom from Buffmeister is nice. I just hate that I have to use a Buffmeister for that. I suppose I could limit the damage by just using the worst element I could possibly find on it with, like, the fire rate one, and I can't get a second one that doesn't help this build, because melee helps, spell damage helps the Buffmeister itself, and then ability damage helps blast chill, so like, fuck. Yeah, it's mechanically impossible to use a Buffmeister that doesn't help your build. I just want to go fast. Let me taking notes on Wonderlands while working. Let's go. True gamer right there. Ooh, a Twister. Still have not gotten a multi-charge Twister, but I absolutely love the Twister and I pick up every copy I find. It's just one of my favorite spells. There's so many spells I really enjoy in this game. Twister, Laser Hand, Glacial Cascade, Quaking Sunders, Inflammation. That damage. We two-tapped the monstrosity? Okay. Okay. I'll take it. That damage, though. But if they increase the cooldown, that'll justify its power? No. No, it wouldn't. Because Spell Shot can completely bypass the concept of cooldown. And other setups, like, I'm going for an Archmage hilt on a Banshee, for example. I just get cooldown back every time I hit, so, like, it doesn't matter. And there's also multi-charge Buffmeisters, so cooldown just still doesn't matter. You can make the cooldown of a Buffmeister 5 minutes. 5 full minutes. And it would not affect its use cases. That's how extreme it is. It might affect which parts of the item you want, but it would not affect its use cases. Just think about it. All the save quit farmers, who like farming dedicated sources, well, they don't need it to work more than once anyway, because they just save quit. In boss fights, well, you use it to kill the boss before it ends, so. And then this setup just refreshes the cooldown with Archmage Hilt. Spell shot setups, refresh it infinitely. Polymorph setups, also on spell shot, can just get it for free every time they use their action skill. In group play, you could just have one person in the party be a spell shot and ping every time they polymorph an enemy, and everyone has Buffmeisters equipped. They all get a free one when they shoot that enemy. Like, it's still... it just doesn't change anything. Ouch.
Let the magic begin!
That's sad, it's horrible. Yep. It's an issue of an item that mechanically, it's the mechanics of the item itself. It's not the access to the item, it's not like the numbers on the item, it is the mechanics it provides that are the problem. The saying you can't polish a turd comes to mind. Like, you can polish it up, you can make it look a little more attractive, but at the end of the day, no matter how much gold paint or, you know, shoe shiner you slap on a piece of feces, doesn't change what it is. Buffmeister cannot be balanced in the way it is right now. It needs removal of mechanics. Because lower the bonus element, still busted. Remove the bonus element, you're making progress. Increase the cooldown, still busted.
Not so easily.
Lipstick and pigs. Any legendary melees you can say don't use? I can't think of a bad one, to be honest, Pico. I can't think of a bad one. They all have some sort of use case. Like, I want to make a dot build with either the fish or the diamond guard. Twin Soul has a lot of flexibility because it can roll a lot of different things. Frying Pan is just a good passive defensive one on a lot of builds. Pincushion could be really fun for this kind of build. Banshee obviously is incredible damage. Fatebreaker and Ragnarok give you ranged options. Fatebreaker also allows you to do some ward stuff. Pickaxe is incredibly good, just in general. Peg leg's incredibly good in general. Make it single use item, destroys itself on use. See, the thing is, the Antique Greatbow does that, and it still has enough card damage to one-shot bosses. And this is in a game where we're kind of... a lot of people are already doing the read-only stuff. So there is legitimately no way to balance Buffmeister other than removing features. And I've seen people make the argument that ethically removal of mechanics is against the intention of this kind of game. But I'd argue that mechanics that stifle the creativity and suppress the worth of the other items is even more damaging.
Now that's more like it.
That was a really clean Nightmare kill. You're not proccing any dots with gun before you melee? I'm not doing that particular thing, Buckskin K9. The dot stuff, no. I am choosing not to do that in this setup because I wanted to do something different. I want to kill directly with my melee swings and with my blast chills in this setup. I'm aware of the interaction you're talking about, I just don't want to do it. So, different kind of build. more in the vein of what people would expect from, hey, swing big sword, make thing die with sword. Pincushion with From the Shadows handbow sounds kind of fun. It really does, Yakumers. That's not something that had even occurred to me. But yeah, absolutely. That does sound really fun. Caveman tactics, you know it. Is there an appeal or purpose for the pot shotguns? They seem so useless. Ah, the magic barrel ones? The magic barrel ones outside of Furior do seem just kind of really bad. The Furior ones you can get use out of, but the other ones, the damage is just not there. Does leaderboard only count for the exact seed you're running? I think so. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure how the leaderboard is calculated, to be honest, Chester, because it might just be purely time-based for, like, the boss that you fought. Yes, Cat, hi. I'm not entirely certain, but this, by whatever metrics the game used, this was a top 2 run with a melee build, so I like that. That's fun. It's a good time. Ugh. Double duration roll? Kachow and Pew? That's disgusting. Leaving that one there. Hey, a Hydra with 2 cooldown parts. You can get a Hydra down to sub 14 second cooldown? That's scary. Yeah, Chaotic Quaking Thunder. Always take Quaking Thunders. Always, always, always. I got top 1, have a hard time believing it was that good. What was your time? I got a top 1 with a 7 something. But I've also gotten top 1s with like 13s. Just varies with build. $10.49. See, that seems appropriate. What multi-class combination were you? And what boss did you fight? Sorry for all the questions. This helps with understanding how these things work. Oh, also, yeah, the Chaos level. Chaos level is important to know. Does Quaking Thunder inform the parts, or can it still roll with parts like cooldown extra charges? It can still roll with like cooldown extra charges. Quaking is just the delivery method. So it's a Sunder. Actually, that's a volatile third. I should take that. It's a Sunder with the Quaking delivery method. And then after that, parts are you know, flexible. Stab Berserker Capstone. Forgot the boss. I think it was Parasite, maybe Chaos 20. This is last night. Don't remember the boss exactly. Okay. Keep an eye out for that myself. Try to get that same combination and see if I can match up the times. Still need a better skeep. Still using a severely under-leveled amulet here. I could opt out of the skeep. I'm honestly not taking advantage that frequently currently. But I want Frost Damage Berserker. Blood Bag, I suppose since my weapon is Dark Magic. Maybe Blood Bag could be nice. Let's mess around with Blood Bag for a couple runs. Watch, I'm gonna die now to not having Skeep. Biggest items for this build for just getting into Chaos Chamber, high number melee weapon, and Livewire. The big thing I'm doing for a lot of damage is I have this Smart Armor, and I'm using From the Shadows. So I'm making everything crit, and I'm getting a huge bonus to crits. Also, yes, the Banshee has big number. That's a big thing. Livewire and the Banshee's effect also help your multi-target, because like hit one enemy, a bunch of enemies get hit. Using Body Rune to heal and for extra damage. You know, every build uses Body Rune. It's annoying. But yeah, the biggest thing I would say would be big damage melee weapon. It doesn't necessarily need to be a Banshee. You could use like a Chaotic or Volatile. Purple Greatsword. You want to just get a lot of crit damage. A lot of crit damage. At least for this action skill.
You cut me off guard. Keep your sword up now. Can I help you with
From the Shadows melee, figure out how to get bored when we're rolling. There's some weapons that pierce, some spells that pierce as well. Let's put some more stuff in my bank. It's getting full again. I don't know what to do. Put that away. Okay, good for now. Love Bloodbag so much, been running around with 15k health during combat. Super satisfying, isn't it?
Think you can make it? Now the fun begins.
You will fall this day.
That was a fast room. Ooh, Trust in Magic with unarmored defense is just fucking free tank. Love to see it. The Storm Surge potentially useful melee. I haven't used it yet, Pico. I've heard a lot of things. I've not used it yet. What's the damage on it, if anyone's seen a Chaotic or a Volatile? Work on the raid bosses. Successfully connecting with raid bosses in this build is, let's call it difficult. Doable, but, I'm still figuring out bossing against certain bosses with the setup. There's some where you have uninterrupted access to the boss, where it's very good. For example, this build absolutely smashes Nightmare, Lechance, Zomboss. Even does pretty well against the Dragon Lord. You have to shoot Bernadette, but other than that. But it struggles a bit against Drill, Banshee. It's okay against Alyssa. But Drill and Banshee are like, I haven't taken this to raid bosses, and to be perfectly honest, I don't really intend to. At least not without a full gear swap to gun build on me.
Who knew heroism required so much math?
Do an elite room. Tends to forget melee's a thing for bosses. Yeah, I don't know if it's a willful thing or not, but yeah, boss design tends to say no to melee very frequently. Easy. Difference between the two chest pictures for the portal. One is items, the other one's crystals, yeah. The golden one is items, the other one is crystals. It's like, this is the crystal one. If only there was a gun that allowed you to punch things in the face. Don't speak that evil into existence. Warrior is totally melee friendly, yeah. Hemovorus, Wotan, bosses that either couldn't be touched or would just constantly damage you if you got that close.
My conscience is clear.
Banshee is kind of a Wotan situation where you just can't stand that close without taking damage. Same thing with Drill, but Drill also has the problem of can't be reached in several phases. Now that can be bypassed, but it's bothersome. Ooh, that Banshee crit. Yeah, Banshee does good damage. And it's not just the sword swings. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, water got me. Cool. Something hilarious about punching and killing a passing surveyor 20 feet above you, because you had to. I wasn't a fan of the vertical melee thing. As you said, it was janky. But in some situations it was, like, necessary. Until Krieg. And then you were Krieg, and they actually gave you a thing in your kit to deal with that. And I love it. Krieg was fantastic melee design. Be interesting if they added mechanics like the goldfish to ranged fights. Like part of the boss is immune to everything but melee for those phases in case you're a melee build. That'd be cool. Only played melee with Krieg because it felt so right. It was fantastic design. They really gave that character the things he needed to be supported as a melee role. Like, yeah, he had reduced knockback because of the way his character was. He had aggressive survivability, trade-off based gameplay, an excellent damage formula. Krieg had his own melee damage formula, chat. Like, he had a different one from everyone else. And they gave him ways to deliver melee from range. Just innate ways, character-specific ways. They gave that character everything he needed. Even Melee Zero, which I know it's something a lot of people love as well. Melee Zero was more of an uphill battle in terms of core mechanics than Krieg. Krieg was provided the full kit. Zero had to just kind of do without in a couple of ways. Funny part is your ranged buzz axe wasn't a normal melee, more like a gun with its benefits. Which prelude to the face puncher, I suppose. You know. Drill's a pain in the ass for me, and my spell will hit him, but about 80% won't from land. I have to jump around in the purple shit, aiming at his feet. Still a 50% chance. Yeah, that's the thing that the hangout outside the playable arena type bosses have just kind of historically done. It happened a couple times in BL3 with Grave Ward and Psycho Reaver. Drill is kind of the same, except you can kind of move around in that void instead of it outright killing you. I honestly think that was a decision they made to see if it would shut us up. Kind of an attempt at a middle ground. And it's certainly better than it just being an insta-kill void. But it's still not ideal. I don't mind that much, though. So I suppose it worked in that regard. I'm less annoyed. Solissa, I guess. Okay. doable, just takes a long time. Right.
I use my sword.
Hey, Kung Fu Turtle, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome in, Raiders. If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do a lot of build stuff in various games, most notably Borderlands and Wonderlands. And currently we're doing a melee build. We're swinging a big greatsword, bonking things in the face. Well, slicing, I suppose, but big sword, big fun. This is Chaos 20, and we're doing some pretty good damage, you can see. We are not doing the damage over time stuff some of you might be familiar with. This is damage coming from our sword itself. Bear with me, let me finish this fight and I'll get you your shout out, Turtle. I appreciate you thinking of me. There we go. People hanging out here already. Drop a follow on Kung Fu Turtle if you haven't already. Lovely individual. Also creates Wonderlands content, so do the thing. Yeah, we're still tuning this build, but 1050 on that run was pretty good. Solissa could have been faster. I didn't really play too well on that. And our gear still needs some work, but sub 11 on the melee build, feeling pretty nice, pretty nice. I've done all 4 raid bosses multiple times now. I have no complaints about the 3 color ones, but I don't like that the bunny has no mechanics like the other 3. It shoot until it dies. It does have mechanics though. Ow. But it does. It's just more in the vein of you can use DPS to stop its mechanics. Think of it like Wotan. Wotan in Borderlands 3 has mechanics, but you can avoid certain mechanics by killing it fast enough. Or phasing it fast enough. Yellow's kind of the same vibe. How long did it take you to get to level 20 Chaos? I've grinded up to Chaos 20 on a few characters now, and each time I just do it in an evening. I just spend a few hours. It takes a while. If you're not intimately familiar with the game, if you're still in the process of gearing up, it can take you a while. It's designed to be a bit of a grind. And I like that, because gearing up and increasing your chaos level are synonymous. It's the same thing. So because there's not the OP level system of, hey, I need to refarm all my gear after I've gone up so many levels, that's not a thing here. So an item you get, if it's a really good roll on Chaos 1, can last you all the way up to Chaos 20 and remain useful at that point. So, like, you're still acquiring gear, and you're still doing a lot of gameplay progressing your Chaos level. So it's not something you need to rush. Chaos 15 and 20 are tough to if you don't have full build. Right, depending on which Chaos level you're trying to increase, the boss can be... Ugh. Out of the raid bosses, the Frost one was, in my opinion, the easiest. Yeah, I would agree with that, Jerbearmart. I would agree with that for sure. Because it's the lightest on DPS, and it's just kind of like a spatial awareness check, if that makes sense. Just like a situational thing. It's like, hey, don't get hit by big telegraph attacks, manage ads when absolutely necessary, and do boss mechanic to kill boss. Do boss mechanic to open up DPS window. I feel like blue is the tutorial for the other ones, really. What's your GPU? I have a 1070. And it is a failing GPU at that. I need to replace my PC. There's so many parts that need to just... Ugh. Guess I would have liked more complex for a final boss, but this is a lands game, so exactly that, Al. Exactly that. But if you mean the fourth boss, I thought you were speaking about the yellow one. The fourth boss does have a mechanic. If you DPS that boss down, you took the long road. It has a mechanic. 1070, you get better FPS than me. Shrug. I mean, I'm playing on 60 capped right now. and I've had to kind of lower my bitrate a lot to stream this game, because it's very visually impressive. Is a word called transistor any good? Yeah, it certainly can be, Skilly Death. But let me be right back, chat. I got to use a little streamer's room real quick. Here, you can look at this this screen. Feeding cats, 1 second. Okay, there we go. I'm back. To feed cats, and I think Kevin didn't like the smell of the shit he took, so I took care of that for him. Hey Boom, how you doing? Son of a Witch on KS20 was brutal. It definitely can be. Some builds, Son of a Witch can be frustrating. At least GPUs are getting to the point where you could actually buy them. Yeah, Baron. It's definitely a little more tenable. Do I do the Chaos Trials level up? Or the featured? Chaos Trials are how you increase your Chaos level, but in terms of leveling, your character, I'd say do Overworld stuff. Finish out the Overworld. Ugh. Out of breath. I may have been running. Didn't want to keep you guys waiting. Also, I can't stay away from this game for long. It's a problem. Melee and ability increased by spell damage. This is like trying. I want this warp paradigm, but not with these passives and skill rolls. Went pretty well with that, an amulet. I didn't really notice the blood bag at work. I should pay more attention. Camped out overnight at Best Buy, just get a 3070 Ti. It was brutal. Ugh, yeah, I bet. I bet. I've not replaced my GPU in 5 years now. Which is when this PC was built. So I've never swapped out the GPU in this. The only thing I've swapped out in this rig was the power supply died in like late 2020. So I did have to change that out because it was like making, hey, I'm about to explode noises. So yeah, that had to go. But I'm not great with the finer bits of PC building, so that's part of the hesitancy. I'd rather just get a pre-built. That's a lot of status effect chance. I'll take that, actually. Another Harbinger. Is the Burr Heavy spec for Melee? Is there an option for a Stabo base for Rusher? There's an option for Stabo base. You can go to Stabo Capstone and then do some stuff with that. Yeah, there's definitely some options with that to get a lot of damage. I personally prefer going more into this for the true melee stuff, and in particular Blast Chill is a huge source of damage, and you just get good formula from Berserker Tree. You get better formula from Berserker Tree than you do from Stabo Tree. It's just you get certain interactions with Stabo Tree, namely the dot and the capstone can do some crazy stuff. Now the capstone's indirect. It's not the melee itself that's doing it. It's other things you have going on in the build that's doing it. But yeah, you could do that. I like Berserker Capstone as well from the Shadows uptime though. It's much harder to get high uptime without this capstone. So, which bunny do I hit? Which kind of piece do you need? Each one gives a different kind of gear. Got my first Chaotic ×3 Luddite Dark Magic. Let's go, Aushin. Let's go. That's big. Congrats.
You cut me off guard. Till the next time. I cast greetings. The best armor in all the realm.
Do I have anything I can roll here? Like, I really don't want to brick my Banshee, because I don't have another Chaotic Elemental one. I don't think. Let me check my bag. But I want the other melee enchant. Like, I have this Banshee, it's also dark magic, but Rampage is worse, and it's not chaotic. I have a fire one. I have a fire one with Caustic. maybe we do stuff with that. Maybe I roll that. So Caustic would be better for, like, the deep Stablomancer tree stuff. Maybe I just try that. If nothing else, I roll it. See what I get on that. That's a good start. Action skill Active Frost is going to apply to our Enrage. Why do I have a green? Where did I pick that up? This is the one I wanted. Alright, I guess we're switching to this. Banshee. Fuck. It's got higher crit damage, though. We got a better crit damage part. I forgot that that's a thing to look out for. Alright, so this is going to be more damage. We're going to have less action skill uptime. We're going to have less healing. We're going to have unfavorable elemental matchups versus a bunch of things. But I don't care. We're going to try it out. See how this feels damage-wise. I say Dark Magic doesn't do anything for me anymore now, though. I want Zap and Bonk. Is that one bricked? Is the Zap Bonk one bricked? Where is it? No, it's not Conjurer, it's Wordweaver, right? Oh, Miraculum, yeah. Sorry, thinking out loud. Okay, yeah, that is bricked. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh, well, we could roll the one we have.
Adventure awaits somewhere.
Is that the best? There's no such thing as best in these games, you afraid? Everything is situational. But in terms of the enchant, I got one that I was looking for, which is rare, so I'm considering that a dub. Action skill star increase melee damage. I mean, it's not the dark magic increase, but it's something. Sure. Why not? Spellcast melee damage. We'll leave that there. Don't want to fully brick it. You ever gotten the pickaxe? I have. I have a volatile one on one of my builds. Nightbot leaving you on red. Boom. Feels bad. Sort of Moxie build with Echo on the weapon. Would that help? Echo can be good on this. I'm also trying to do my own thing a little bit. Moxie's build is pretty good, and I'm trying to showcase a different approach you could take with melee. I think ideally I want Archmage for spell cooldown when I hit. That's going to be my end goal. So I suppose I want a max crit volatile Banshee in Frost Element with Archmage hilt. That's super specific. And then I want this enchant on it. So I guess we should start hitting the melee bunny again.
Enter if you dare.
Thoughts on Blazing Volley? It's okay. I used it to progress through some of the early Chaos levels. It falls off later on. But it'll definitely help you early on. Certainly feels stronger. Certainly feels stronger. Do I have the health bug? I shouldn't feel this much stronger, right? Like, that is a marked improvement. No, that's not the health bug. It's just that much better. Okay. Yeah, it's just that much better. Fucking mortar shrooms. Leave me alone. I don't even know where you are. That's good, chat. That's really good.
I feel magical.
That's wild.
Justice has been served.
Trusted magic, free survivability, I'll take it. Bonk the shrooms. You know if Subbarrier increases Hydra damage from the snake stick? I'm guessing yes, because it's based off melee. It doesn't say it's based off melee Loki Legend, it says it deals melee damage. That's two different things. So... that's something that I would recommend directly testing. Because it deals melee damage does not mean it looks at your melee. It means the type of damage that it counts as and scales with is melee damage. So what does your build look like? I can show. Max Berserker skill tree. Overspec even. We have 33 points in Berserker, and we have only 11 in Stabomancer. Mostly using Stabomancer for this action skill, the swing speed here, follow up here for some front-loadable damage, and then just some flat damage to most of what we're doing from Arsenal. But for the most part, this is a Berserker build, which is a splash of Stabo. We're using a smart armor for our armor, and that decreases our crit chance, but increases our crit damage. So we're leaning into how hard greatswords can crit by making them always crit. Going all in on that critical bonus. So that's how we're able to run up to enemies and take them out with 1 or 2 swings. No, failed the bonus. F. Sometimes if I fail a bonus that I feel like I could have, I take an elite room to punish myself. That's probably a deeply unhealthy mentality, but here we are. Show me how a volatile looks, or however you spell it. Do I even have one? Oh yeah, here you go. It says volatile up at the top. What's the safe word, just in case? The safe word is reroll. That's the safe word. Because we say reroll when we're not having a good time, right? So, it seems appropriate. Hey Silo, how you doing? Good to see you. Ooh. Seeing those blast chills one-shot enemies is so satisfying. Refarming items because the roll bricked is like my only dislike. Yeah, it's that and UI issues are like my problems. And like I've been constantly preaching, they do listen to us. They take feedback into account. They keep tabs on these community discussions about mechanics we have. So all this conversation, even if it seems like endless rehash, screaming to the void, I promise you it is not wasted. I promise you. Look at the Berserker capstone just going ham. That's a thing of beauty. Fuck you, Pigwort. How do I even... Okay, how do I damage Pigwort? This is Elite Pigwort. And I'm not exactly covered on my elements. Leveled enemies drop volatile. Chaos 20. And also, like I said a few times before, put volatile out of your mind. It is not something, especially not at your point in the game, or your experience level with the game, it's not something to even consider. And even once you're efficiently doing Chaos 20 and stuff, volatiles are a 1% drop rate for a power increase that you don't need. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay, I promise.
I can catch no more.
Volatile are just a dragon to chase. It is not necessary. Switching to the dark magic won't help much. I mean, a little bit. Yeah, alright. The fire one, don't want to lead with that against Pigwort. JP, I'm dead. Well done, Gazgul. Well done. I appreciate that. Well executed. Enjoy your nice crisp dub. Man, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said Pigwort's a raid boss, chat. He does not fuck around. Pigwort demands your respect. I just got myself with water. Not like this. I tried to jump away. Like, I do not have a lack of damage right now, but Pigwort just... he doesn't respect me. He's just like, get away from me. Pigwort the one from the obelisk in Mount Craw? Yeah. Like, I'm killing these elites in 1-2 swings. But Pigwort's like, nope. There we go. Ooh. That's tough. Let's go back to the other one. Pigwort don't fuck around. Pigwort brings the pig hurt. True. Toxic goblinity. Beautiful. Did you know the first 3 gas stations were out? I remember we needed milk, so maybe a while. Volatile feels like a way to chase that pearlescent high without needing to introduce new rarity that's disappointing when not completely broken. Well said, Cranberry. Unlike pearlescence, volatile items are actually good. So. And they're also endgame exclusive. So, people don't have to worry about... there are a lot of people who had a problem of getting the specific part items that they were after early on, or, you know, they ignored the part system, but getting a drop of an item that's considered rare early on was a big point of contention for a lot of people. Volatiles don't even happen until you're Chaos 20. So, and at a 1.41% drop rate currently. And we're getting future Chaos tiers. So, like, at some point, Volatile will no longer be the dragon to chase. There'll be something else. Now, whether or not they maintain, hey, the top one is 1.41% or not, that remains to be seen. I imagine as we get more tiers, Volatile will also become easier to get on those higher tiers. But that's okay, because you can't get to those without going through the stuff that is tuned for the lower ones, if that makes sense. Like, you're not going to get to, say, Chaos 30 without having some chaotic items with the same effectiveness as someone who properly progressed and went through and, you know, grinded up their gear at the temporary caps. So, TLDR, I like the system. TLDR, TLDL. Progression in my lands game? Progression at initial endgame was one of the things I liked about BL2. BL2 is my least favorite in the franchise, I make no secret of that. But earning OP levels, I liked that, because it forced people to have some idea of what's happening in the game. And we saw the fallout of not doing that with Borderlands 3, where you had all these people jumping to Mayhem 10 and 11 and being like, everything bullet sponge, when Borderlands 3 was an easy game, nothing had HP. But a new player jumping to the max difficulty did not experience that in that way. It's got an Afterburner salvage. What the heck is this? Times 6 Nova Shield. I haven't used the Afterburner yet, but that does look like a lot of damage, doesn't it? I want to try it out. Grind to Chaos 69 is going to be interesting in like 18 months. Yeah, I wonder, like, making a new character going through all the Chaos levels, that's going to be a multi-week endeavor depending on how much they increase it. I kind of like it. Like, it'd be kind of cool to see, after all the Chaos caps are introduced, it'd be cool to see someone, say, make a character, get them through to unlock Chaos Chamber, and then equip them with their finished loadout with whatever the highest is, you know, Primordial, Ascendant, whatever it ends up being. And then, like, use their full kit and just back-to-back do all of the Chaos Trials, see how fast they can get through all of them. Because that'd be something that you could measure as, like, a fair speedrun, because Chaos Trials are fixed seats. Everyone gets the same ones. So it'd be putting together a build to go through, like, a fucking 60 Chaos Trial gauntlet. I don't know, that could be really fun. It'd be a long category, but it'd be fun. Be like geared speedruns of BL3, which, if you guys have watched the Septics do some of that cool stuff, very entertaining. Gotta go, have fun. Take it easy, Boom. You have a good one. Think Chaos levels are account-wide? They are not. They are character-specific. Myth rank is the account-wide one. Any level 40 character inherits your myth rank, but Chaos levels are character-specific. Son of a witch. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Might go back to the ski for this. Nah, we'll full send. Hi, Silent. How you doing? I went away. I'm still hitting you.
Did you really think I would stay down? Well, that's not an excuse, is it?
go. Oh, that was rude. Fucking random enemy. That was really rude. Dick. I have to spend my crystals off after, can I say them? They are a per run currency, so spend all your crystals every run. They do not transfer between runs. There we go. Nice and smooth. What would you say the strongest non-Buffmeister build? There's people doing a lot of crazy stuff with Spellshock Graveborn, applying Blast Gasp to various things. I'd say that if you're looking to hit like biggest number. But strongest is an imprecise metric. It's still going to be situational. It's still going to depend on what kind of playstyle you want, what restrictions you put on yourself, what kind of content you're doing. It's too hard to quantify, but suffice it to say there's a lot of options. What's the difference between a unicorn or the box picture for the portals? So the Butt Stallion picture one sends you to a room where you get a buff to your skills at the end of the room. Like, Butt Stallion will pick a random skill from your skill tree and buff it. Like, she buffed up Icebreaker for me this run, for example. The Dragon Lord room, you get curses. The gold chest room, you get loot, and the other chest room, the crystal chest room, you get crystals. Want to do a Blade Master class? Can equip melee weapons and gun slots? That'd be interesting. I wonder if they could make something like that work. I had an idea for a class that gets 2 wards. Like, you get 2 layers of wards. So, like, one goes over the other one. So you could have, like, wall full bonuses and wall empty bonuses at the same time. And a bunch of other stuff. You could fill both wards at the same time with a bunch of effects. I think that'd be interesting. What are some of the best legendary purple spells to use, besides obviously Buffmeister? In terms of legendaries, I like Glacial Cascade, Arcane Bolt, Inflammation, Laser Hand, Frozen Orb I want to mess around a little more with. In terms of uniques, there's the unique quest reward sigil, I forget the name. That one's really good. In terms of non-uniques, you have Quaking Sunders, you have Arc Torrents, you have Elemental Blasts, you have Concentrated Magic Barrages, you have Spectral Talons, you have all the sigils, you have Hydras. It's one of those too many to list kind of categories. It's a good luck number to be at. I personally find that my luck feels acceptable once I'm over like 15,000. So I'm at 19,000 right now on this character, and it feels okay, but as you can see, sometimes you have dry spells. The max that you can get to, I believe, with every single possible buff, and like some very specific gear things that a lot of people aren't doing, you can get into like the low 50s. Yeah, this run was not kind to be loot-wise. Fish with Vampire could be fun, though. That base damage is super low. 3% crit chance on the fish. Ugh. I wonder how fish would work with this build. I mean, I'd want to lean more into status effect stuff, but it's a thought. Frostburn Sequester Reward. Is that the name of the sigil? I don't know. How much crystals you get after every run depends on the run. E-Freight. You're stressing too much. Focus on playing. You're stressing too much. Everyone's going to get different amounts of crystals. One, it's going to vary a little bit regardless. Two, that it depends on bonus objectives, how many curses you take in the run, what chaos level you're on, how many elite rooms you do, how many ads you killed during obelisk rooms, how many ads you killed during boss rooms, how many raid bosses you do. Like, it all depends. And it depends on whether you do normal run, extended run, featured run. You could end up with 2,000 from a run, you could end up with 0 from a run, you could end up with 17,000 from a run. It's gonna vary. Ooh, luck is sad, 8.7k with no loot items equipped. Could always go grab more dice. Could always grab the shrine in the overworld as well. Sad that even though we serve Queen Butt Stallion, they don't let us have the Berserker title. You can be the first. You could be the first Berserker. Is this the only thing to do for endgame? Depends on how you look at it, Captain Baldspot, because the Chaos Chamber within this one activity contains more endgame than any other launch Borderlands title. You know, this isn't Borderlands game, but if you were to compare it to the Borderlands games, BL2's endgame was a fat 1.5 raid bosses, one of which had a 24-hour lockout at launch. BL3's endgame was the 6 Proving Grounds, that's an amalgam, the 6 Proving Grounds and the 3 Circles of Slaughter at launch, and that was it. Borderlands 1 straight up didn't have an endgame activity. It did not have one. And TPS was TPS, it never really had content ever. But in terms of launch state, you have the Chaos Chamber, which is not only 60 plus combinations of rooms for mobbing encounters, you have lots of variety in which bosses you can get, and you have 4, count them, 4 hidden raid bosses inside the chamber. You've also got multiple formats of Chaos Chamber you can run. Chaos Chamber itself is where a lot of content is. So, if you're really pessimistic, then you could say, hey, this is the endgame activity, the only one, but this endgame activity is like 7 other endgame activities in a trench coat. So, like, is it really less content? No. I'll answer that question straight up. It's not less content. It's more content.
These lands are a beauty.
Pick Clawbringer as my first character, and now I'm regretting my decision. You can absolutely make Clawbringer good, King Conquer. It's just gonna take you a little bit more effort than the other classes. And you're maybe a little more restricted in avenues that you can kind of channel your character's power through. But a great thing you can do is use your multi-class to kind of shore up the weaknesses of Clawbringer. For example, Berserker is a fantastic second class to take in like any build, and it particularly complements Clawbringer very well. So you can kind of use Berserker skill tree to eliminate the weaknesses of Claw, and have sort of the strengths of both. Isn't the first DLC also adding more endgame content? It's not entirely clear on what we're getting with which content drop, Blastfire. We just know the kinds of things we're getting in the Season Pass, but I would say it's pretty safe to assume we're getting some sort of additional endgame in some way. I'd say it's a safe assumption. We know at some point we're getting more endgame, at some point we're getting a 7th character. You know, that kind of stuff. Shows I'm using the wrong liquid coin this whole time. My build time to become stronger. Let's go. Yeah, the damage difference between being in from the shadows and being out is starting to get nuts here with the amount of crit damage I have. How hard is it unlocking all discovery bonuses, shrine and challenge buffs? Shrines is super easy. Getting all of them. Super easy. The others, a little bit more involved. But shrines, obelisks are the easiest to get those out of the way. The other ones are going to be more time consuming. I'd say at the very least, do shrines, and then if you care to afterwards, obelisks. The way the teaser worded, it sounded like the endless dungeon would be coming first. It was quite vague. It was quite vague. They could have worded it in a way that indicates that. I do not remember the exact wording, but you know, honestly, I'm in no rush. We're getting the first DLC in 2.5 weeks, chat. 2.5 weeks until DLC 1 for this game drops. That's wild. And all the dice is actually a miserable experience. You don't need to do it more than once. And you don't need to do it at all. The bonus for having all of them, not that impactful. And you can have comfortable loot luck without all the dice. You can just get as many dice as you feel like doing, and then that's it. It's not that big a deal. And I think dice are a good way to control drop rates and kind of put it in the player's hands. If you feel like your drop rates aren't good enough, okay, go get more luck. If you don't want to get drops ever, as some people have this weird fetish for not getting loot, then, like, don't get the loot luck, and you can have that experience. I think this gives the players more control. No dice throw. I killed the boss and it didn't. Oh, there it goes. I have like 222 dice, totally worth it. Yeah. Bony face is solid. Nice. What do you mean by getting all the dice? So there's loot die collectibles hidden throughout the Wonderlands. It's what, 260? I think is the number. And getting each one will improve your loot luck stat, which is your drop rates for just higher quality items in every form across the entire game. So this includes dedicated drops. Dedicated drops, world drops, chaos chamber drops, all that stuff. It just makes your loot better. Most people who don't want loot luck also don't want other people to ever experience loot. That's a thing, but at that point they can fuck off. That's the beauty of that. I will not be shy about saying that. Keep in mind, there's always going to be some bad faith conversations out there, you know, amongst the community. For example, there's legitimately people claiming, and they are screaming their throats hoarse. There's people saying, raid bosses need to come back, as if we don't have the most raid bosses at launch out of any of these games, ever. We have 4 raid bosses at launch. And they're like, but we need raid bosses, we don't have raid bosses. Like, bro? Friend? So apparently, level 40 plus 40% loot luck is a 10% dedicated drop rate, which is fair. Remember, Borderlands 2 for several years had 3.3% dedicated drops, and people considered that rewarding. And then they eventually improved those rates to, guess what, 10%. So it's the same. How to get more loot luck? Get dice. Also, going up chaos levels increases your loot luck. Increasing your character level increases your loot luck. There's a loot luck enchant you can get on your ward slot. There is a loot luck passive you can roll on your amulet. There's also a shrine in the overworld that gives you a loot luck buff for assembling it. I think there's a roll on the blank slate armor that gives loot luck as well. Loot luck enchant? Yeah, it's on the shield slot. Got blank slate with 30% loot luck? Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. There you go. Confirmed. So you can get 30% from your blank slate. You can get 25% from your ward. Do I have one with the enchant on me right now? I don't. This is the character that I keep forgetting to do that on. And you can get a double roll volatile here, which is like 40%. So yeah, you can get like an additional 100% loot luck from gear. Brad luck. Brad luck does not give higher luck than a double rolled loot luck passive, so you don't need to do Brad luck. You can just, any amulet, look out for the loot luck. This build is fun, chat. I did not intend to play this build for like the whole stream, but I've been sitting here playing this build for almost 5 hours, and it's just fun. Bradluck also gives elemental damage, but using a Bradluck in combat is a great way to not be alive anymore. So yeah, not really worth. Basically have a loadout for feeding bunnies. So loot luck is determined upon loading into a map. So, like, you just equip all this stuff, and then you go into the Chaos Chamber map, and then you could take it all off. And just have your normal gear on. Also, it's good for Fight for Your Life builds. There is a literal Fight for Your Life amulet. That gives you damage for being in Fight for Your Life. Or, you know, save your soul, I suppose. I'd consider that better. Also, you can just, like, shoot your feet with a splash gun without using your amulet slot. And that's faster, more efficient, more consistent. LeChance is LeFriend, making sure we get our loot. Thank you, LeChance, for telling Banshee to fuck off. I appreciate you, brother. This is with the fire on bone penalty, by the way. This bodes very well once we get a frost element for our Banshee. So you just have to say we put loot here before getting the cast portal? Yeah. Loot luck is determined on map change, which is why changing your map fixes the bug where your loot luck isn't applying at all. So you'd want to have it equipped when entering the map. So when first loading in, you want to have the loot luck on then, and then you could change it. Bradluck has killed me in the bunny chamber before. Yep, same. He's giving you a LeChance. That's true. He is doing that. That is a thing that he did. So, something I could try as well is, I could hold one of these. You can get up to ×4 on Stoker ARs, with the saw blade attachment. So if you get a ×4, with like a good saw blade, that's at a fire rate of 7. So like, you could spit out a lot, and buff up 1 hit. But then there's the Teeth Sniper, which I need to check my bank. I think I have one. We gotta actually try that out, I keep forgetting. Just equip and teleport? Yeah. Like before every portal, just before the bunny chamber. I mean, just before you go into the Chaos Chamber map. The room where, you know, you got the enchant reroll, all that stuff. So when going into the load screen, that's when you want the loot luck equipped. So anytime you go into a load screen, have your loot luck on. This also means at the end of the run, if you plan on doing another run, equip your loot luck, like, here, and then go out. Thanks a lot, you're welcome. That's something I just learned recently as well, so figured I'd pass that along. We got a pincushion. I want a good roll pincushion for this this teeth thing as well. So I guess I'll take that one, because it's a pincushion. Yo, Seth, thank you for the tier 1. I really appreciate that.
Fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad free viewing, all the good stuff. And nice to have you around. I appreciate it. There's a zone in Weepwild I cannot unlock any ideas, has the last list I need. There are some that are tied to quests. Keep that in mind. Man, Bonnie's being rude to me right now. Let's go back to the Dark Magic one for a run. I want to get like a fair comparison there. See, the Dark Magic one has less crit damage. Different enchant. We sciencing. Suppose I want a different body rune, ideally, as well. I haven't tried out the Bad Egg today. That could be good. Because that's a 35% dark magic element. Let's try Bad Egg for a run. Imagine having a rude bunny. We have Rabbit here sometimes, he's kindly rude. True. So loading into the Chaos Portal from Chaos Room doesn't count as a map change? Correct. You don't go through a load screen. Like what I just did, load screen, map change. And that makes the game recheck your loot luck. Also, myth rank can give you 100%. Yes, myth rank. Very impactful on loot luck as well. Good shout, K-Dog. So you can get, from myth rank, you can get 100% over here. You can get 30% from a blank slate. You can get, what was the value? Where's my loot luck amulet? Where is it? Yeah, you can get 40% from like a volatile double roll here. 25% here from a shield enchant, ward enchant. And then also the overworld shrine and all the dice. And then being at Chaos 20 level 40. That's how you achieve max loot luck. I'm just hearing you guys really frustrating. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Hopefully they address that soon. That seems like a patch type change. Yeah, this dark magic one is just comfy. The dark magic not having the wild variance and how it does versus different bars is nice. Because like the fire one, it feels really good one tapping flesh enemies, and then you get to bone and it's like, hi, I suck now. I have health bug? No, I don't. Just damage. Wow, that bad egg does so much. What? That's good. Not the only one who feels the way when I get to. God damn it. Never change, J-Bridge. Never change. Oh, break my ward. Or don't. Cursed crabs. Yeah, that bonus element's pretty big. I like it.
Let us stay this beat.
Get back here. This is torture.
Did you really think I would stay down?
That was so rude. Imagine if Curse Crabs actually took damage. That'd be nuts. How long do your runs take? Depends on the build, depends on how many curses I take, depends on how many elite rooms I take, depends on what RNG the game gives me. On my more well-established builds, like my Graveborn Sabomancer build, I'm able to do runs in 7 to 9 minutes. My Graveborn Berserker build, I'm able to do them in 8 to 11 minutes. This build, I'm able to do them, you know, 10 to 16 minutes, depending on the boss. Really depends. Problem with the bad egg is, I have trouble keeping it broken. Because the greatsword does kind of stun lock some enemies, and they don't hit me to break my ward. Somehow never even considered trying Graveborn Sabomancer. It might be super fun. It really is. It's great. There isn't a bonus any rewards for speed, correct? Correct. You can take them entirely at your own pace. In fact, going slower can yield better crystals per run. Maybe not better crystals per hour, because you're obviously doing fewer runs, but crystals per run. Like, you can just hang out in one of these obelisk rooms, or a boss room, and just kill ads for crystals for, like, a while. I've not seen a point where they stop spawning, so you just keep doing that. Shadowfire. Appropriately, the Shadowfire can roll in either fire or dark magic. Pretty straightforward, but it amused me. Any idea what a good class combo would be if you wanted to be super tanky? Graveborn Berserker is easily the tankiest. Easily. Graveborn has the strongest healing in the game. Berserker has the second strongest healing in the game. And both have some good just tank attributes in general. Definitely Graveborn Berserker if you're trying to tank. Max Ward. Let's be tanky. We have unarmored defense, so lol. How does your Graveborn Sabo build work? I use Reaper of Bones to permanently trigger Selective Amnesia. Also, hi Andy, good to see you. How you doing today? So, use Reaper of Bones to permanently trigger Selective Amnesia, which gives move speed and damage based on movement speed. Stabomancer also gives move speed and damage based on move speed. So I zoom around shooting gun in Reaper of Bones. You can do that with lots of class combinations. In theory, it works. At least the ideas I have for it, it would work the best with Spore Warden instead of Stabomancer, but I'm staying away from Spore Grade for avoiding bug reasons right now. And also, I just like my best Selective Amnesia for that kind of build happens to be a Stabo one, so you know. Use the Bradluck to keep your egg broken. Bradluck goes right to your health, doesn't it? Actually, no, it does take shield too. I could, like it. So the Hyperion's first one. Selective Amnesia, it's an armor. Is there a class mod that gives a damage up movement speed? Yeah, the Selective Amnesia, that's the one I'm referring to. That's what I use in my Grave Stabo build. And fun thing about Graveborn action skills, both of them count as self-damage. And because Reaper of Bones is constantly ticking, it is constant self-damage. So it just keeps the effect of that armor on. And the cool thing about Reaper is that when it ends, you get 3 seconds of invulnerability. Selective Amnesia lasts 3 seconds, so it is set up exactly so that Reaper of Bones will save you from amnesia every single time. You can never kill yourself with an amnesia from a Reaper of Bones. At least not without assistance. And I like how that works out a lot.
Well, that's the measure of you, isn't it?
Crabs. So crabs, zombies, and goblins. I wish they were more aggressive. Now, I wish cursed crabs didn't exist, but, you know, the other crabs I wish were more aggressive. I think evil eye crabs are pain enough. I don't think we need 2 varieties of, awful. What are Bradluck's debuffs? All I've personally seen it do, Stone, is just kill you. Like, take chunks of health. But I've not looked into it. Paid. CZ, have you dug into it? Or is it just the kill thing? Stomach is growling a lot, chat. I'm not even hungry, it's just rioting. Come on, boss. I'll take it. I will take it. Why do I have Carouser equipped again? I mean, I like the Carouser, so that's the reason, but... There's the bad egg momentarily. The Zomboss kind of doesn't know where I am. Just kind of confused. So yeah, you can totally use From the Shadows to just confuse certain enemies, including bosses. There we go. $12 not bad. Number of things it picks from: converting all your elements into kinetic, having your damage, making you melee slower, slowing down your cooldown, slower reload, taking damage. Nice. Yeah, don't use Bradluck in a build. That's... no. Goop shoot. 1 ammo per shot, no thank you. Let's keep an eye out for those banshees, I guess. I just want a cryo volatile banshee with archmage hilts and consec hit swing thing. That's all I want. Is that too much to ask, chat? Apparently a legendary is too much to ask right now. Oof. The luck has run out. Ancient on a pickaxe is good though. When you say no, I just want to make one with the Grey Bow and Bradluck. The ultimate scuffed build that just does crazy damage once. Getting a melee kill refreshing a spell charge could be really toxic on this build as well. So think about it, I could run around just refreshing Buffmeister cooldown, and I hate that it always goes back to that, but it's... that fucking item. Good.
Such a grand arsenal. Now that's more like it.
Okay, I was gonna check for my teeth gun. My teeth gun. I need the teeth gun. Blast chill on this. Nice. Melee damage, move speed. This is trying. Hey, Clark, are there any other action skills you've seen work really well with Blood of the Fallen? Blood of the Fallen, Blood of the Fallen. Is that the amulet? That, like... No, that's Blaze of Glory. What is Blood of the Fallen, again? I'm blanking at the moment. Swap from Dire Sacrifice to Reaper in order to make higher chaos easier, but I'm not enjoying too much. So they can... Oh, it's the Berserker capstone. Right. So... It works really well with... If you're going specifically Berserker Graveborn, it can be really nice for Feral Surge, if you happen to not get the insta-kill reset. It's nice for Dreadwind for either instance. Like, if you're... something I want to mess around with is a pure Dreadwind Spin-to-Win build with Berserker Capstone, where I just kill everything in Dreadwind to keep it going as long as possible. And then, like, chain the move speed from the Dreadwind enchant into the next Dreadwind, using the capstone to refresh. I've not played with getting much damage into Dreadwind, but it seems like it might be promising, because it scales off both melee damage and ability damage. It counts as dealing melee damage, which means it triggers Blast Chill, which could be very big. You could use, for example, like a Warped Paradigm that converts spell damage into both melee and ability damage with this, and then take second class spell shot to get a ton of spell damage, and just move it over into both of these stats, which Dreadwind gets both. So, like, that might be pretty powerful. And it goes off of the base damage of your equipped melee weapon. It doesn't take the speed of that melee weapon, seemingly. So you would want, like, the same kind of Banshee setup that I'm doing right now. For max damage on that. It's just an idea. It's something I'm working towards. Doesn't actually work with ability damage. Do you have a source on that? I don't know what my build is. It says Spore Sir. That means you are a Spell Shot Spore Warden. Hey, Lone. How you doing? Teeth Gun. Teeth Gun. Teeth Gun. Did I leave it in here or did I put it on a mule? I feel like I might have moved it to a mule. I can go check on that, though. Wolf was testing it yesterday? Interesting. Was it specifically ability damage he was testing? Or, was it ability crit chance, crit damage? Just curious. Covering the whole thing. Any tips for spell shot? Really struggling hard on mine, not gonna lie. I mostly managed to get to C20 out of sheer brute force and actually having DPS survivability to back it up. What are you trying to deal damage with? Lone. Like, what's your chosen delivery? Melee, spells, guns, and if so, which one are you using?
A fine collection, but what to choose?
Let's check, shit, let me just triple check. Check back here in case something's sorted weird. Okay, I know I have a tooth gun. Let me check, my mule. Ability damage? That's unfortunate. That's probably a bug then. So maybe hold off on the Dreadwind idea till that gets fixed. But yeah, I trust that source, so. Wolf tends to do good tests. Spells, highest single target DPS I've had so far has been Threads of Fate. Because they're slow and only one target at a time, it's unreliable. Okay, so yeah, you're just gonna want to pick your spells better then. Yeah. Spell Shot can do some pretty crazy damage with the correct spells. Look out for concentrated magic barrages, the high damage, low projectile ones, ×1 or ×2s. You could probably get a ×3 with high damage, but those can get up to, like, Volatile level 41, the highest I've seen is 5.6k. Those can one-shot enemies when fully charged. Arc Torrents can do good damage when charged up. You can use Quaking Sunders for mobbing, Glacial Cascade for mobbing. Yeah, you got some choices. Alright, so was it this character? Did I accidentally get rid of my tooth gun? I'm gonna be crushed because I had a chaotic one. That's a Balk and Zap Buffmeister. I'll put that in. It's Pew and Zap. No, I want a Bonk one. Bonk, Zap, Dark Magic, beautiful. Want that. Frost damage, Berserker Skeep with all damage. You know, that's like better than what I'm using now. Put that away. Not on this character. Hey, ST Assault, or ST Salt. Reading is difficult. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. I think it was Dread when he was testing. I know it was one of the melee action skills. I can can check to see, 1 second. Because now that you mention it, I think there is something familiar about that. I think I'll check later. No, photo mode. I gotta save quit now, but bugs and such. Where is my teeth gone? I misplaced my tooth gun, chat. I'm kind of upsetty. Where'd I put it? See if I can vendor farm one for you later. That's kind of you. Zap, bonk, cryo. I'll put that one away. Just kind of consolidating stuff. My Spore Warden's in a somewhat incomplete state. Because I kind of scrapped the build and started going in a different direction. Bonk, ka-chow, take that. Zap, bonk. Bonk, pew. Glacial Cascade with cooldown rate. 9.7 cooldown. That's nuts. Getting a Glacial Cascade with like a cooldown part and 2 spell charge parts. 3 charges, all under 10-second cooldown. For a good element spell. That just sounds really good. Cat Girl Shrek, of course. Of course, you know it. Favorite to mob so far with has been Blazing Calamity. Calamities are fun. Or do you mean the armor? Yeah, that could be very enjoyable. Tagging as many enemies as you can to get that big fire bonus. That's a fun playstyle. Definitely agree. That's fun. It's Pew Zap. Spell stuff on a melee one. Fucking. Check another character. Further, there might be something weird with dots somehow, even with plus 50% status damage from wisdom and 44% dark magic damage in total. The dot was only half of what the item card said it'd be. Did you consider elemental matchups? Is it normal for something like dark magic versions of Sunder or even Calamity to only heal for 10-20 HP per orb? Get more leech efficiency. I doubt you have much efficiency because I do not experience that. I think that's going to be something setup-wise on your end, Lone. Is it on this character? Better Cat Girl Shrek than Shat Girl. I regret reading that. I don't know where my teeth gun is, so we're hunting for it. We are looking for some teeth. Let's also look and see what I have here. No bonks on these Buffmeisters. No bonks. Selective Amnesia. Nice. Yeah, I have just various stuff stored in various places. It's very difficult to keep track. Check the glass next to your bed. Unspeak, please. Unspeak, please. That was... Ugh. Frost damage, Graveborn Power, Skeep. Do you have Frost damage, Berserker, Skeep by any chance? No? Okay. It's not this one. Check the vendors before I go. How you doing, Vince? This one? Already at the point where I have too many in my list, chat. I can never find anything. One of these days we might have to do an inventory organization stream. Not looking forward to that. Oh, I have a volatile diamond guard sword. Forgot about that. I have spellwise here. Random chaotic curse wit. No teeth gun. Did I sell it? I hope I didn't sell it. Doesn't mind you able to get more than one character to 420 in like 2 weeks. It doesn't take too long to do a playthrough. And then Chaos Chamber, it's like my favorite activity to play. That's definitely not on this one. I remember what's on this character. It's not that. Let's check this one. Oh, no, let's check this one. Check this one. Don't mind the money. Not my save. I didn't use it. The things you do for mules. Sorry, can I have some gold, please? Nah, I didn't touch any of this. I like that gold is a long-term grinding resource. Like, it gives you something to work towards. I don't want to really undercut that. Mules! Yeah, I've already used all the bank space. Who else can I check? I don't know who it would be on. Can it be on this one? Grind your resources. I have questions. I have questions, my friend. Suppose I can check for skeeps as well. Because somewhere I have a frost damage berserker skeep with like good passives. I don't remember where it is. Not this one. Long-term grinding, I hear. Might be on you. I think the skeep is on this one, actually. I don't know about the teeth gun. I might need to just, like, get another one.
Can't wait to throw some spit.
Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. It's on this one. No, this isn't the right one. This is A1, though. I had a chaotic one somewhere. But here's a Tootherator. Okay. 9 projectiles. Target takes 5% increased melee damage for each tooth stuck. Teeth last 8 seconds. So it's got a fire rate of a little under 1. But I could shoot like 3 times. And that's a lot of extra melee damage. We're going to put that away for the build. Yes, the build. So we found a Tootherator. Not the Tootherator, but we found a Tootherator. And my inventory is being very buggy right now. Hello? Inventory, please? I can check and see what else I have on here as well. That's Frost Graveborn on that skeep. Awkward. I guess I don't have that good skeep. What's that about it? Oh, hey, there's a Chaotic Banshee. Rampage, though. Unlucky. Anything good melee-wise here? Nope. Afterburner with that enchant we were curious about. That's something. Okay, let's put that the Tooth Raider away. Ooh. That's a Chaotic Masher. So yeah, you could try the this tooth thing I'm going for with see if it works with pincushion. It might not. The teeth might not count as crossbolts, but whoever wants to do that, thank you for testing. As far as Spore is concerned, how do you feel about the bow action skill? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's very fun. It's very satisfying. Barrage is one of the first things I really latched onto with this game. Level of teeth even matters, it's just stacking damage. It probably doesn't matter. But with a lot of mechanics in this game, there's level, like, thresholds, where within certain level ranges, things will change how high they can roll. Enchants are like this. So enchants at level 40 have higher values than enchants at levels like 35 through 39. And there's brackets. So I don't know if the saw blades and stuff obey those rules. Thank you for testing, I suppose. I don't really need a gluttony. I can put that away. Put away that. That was for science. Put away that. Test that later. Don't need that at all. Don't need that. Tooth Raider. Teeth. See? Gun that shoots teeth. Fell for it again. Nightbot's on a roll. Nightbot is doing some interesting work. Alright, so see, this is the loot luck bug, where your first load in, you do not have your full loot luck, so you always want to, like, toggle. So you want to equip your loot luck stuff, which is... What's your favorite, this fucking thing? That, for me. And then you do your toggle. Something else I wanted to do. I don't remember what it was, though. Oh yeah, I put a bunch of Buffmeisters away. Let me do this first. Kachow and Bonk. So Zap is spell. Bonk is melee, Pew is gun. What is Kachow? Ability? I think that's ability. That improves my blast gasp. Zap Bonk. What action skills are going to be the delivery system for the melee? In this build, the melee is the delivery. I'm actually swinging a greatsword to kill things in this, and it works. It works. Pew Kachow, Bonk Zap. Take Bonk Zap. Bonk Pew. Keeping a couple Pew ones will be good for, like, drill. Zap Kachow. That's spells and abilities. bonk zap. $4.97 out of 510. What does that not surprise me? You know me, Assassin. We just spent a few minutes hopping between mules as well, so I have a lot more stored than that. I'm a hoarder, and I like building around weird things, so sometimes I just have weird things. Sometimes I also have inexplicable green items in my inventory. When did I get you? I suppose that can stay on that for a bit. Hey Broken, how you doing? Good to see you. Drill, who is Graveward on steroids.
Incredible technique should I learn next?
It do be like that. Fog Zap, Corrosive. Let's change that into something a little more useful. Okay, that can sit. Go for more rolls than that, but Bonk Ka-chow. That's fine. Ka-chow bonk. Actually, that can stay as is. So if I run a dark magic element one, that'll improve my healing quite a bit. So let's see how this works out with the teeth thing. First we got to toggle our chaos to force a reset of our loot luck. Drill whose blood is supplements, excuse me. Doing great, buddy. Lurking while I get a bit of spring cleaning done. Yeah, I should do that. Spring cleaning, taxes. This is the season for adulty shit that nobody wants to work their way around to, you know?
Magic time!
Okay, now our loot luck is going to be properly applied. You can see here, 22k. Now we can unequip this, go back to our normal amulets, which is what we're using. We're using a blood bag, right? Yeah, we're using that.
Blades looking a bit dull.
Is it spring? We've had snow twice this week. Yeah, it is unfortunately spring. Hey, never fine. How you doing? Good to see you.
Fights getting tight.
So does dark magic efficiency determine how much percent you heal? Yes.
Think you can make it?
You can talk to me about taxes? Yeah. It do be that way.
Taking the...
Hard to tell if this is doing what I want it to.
The speed test full.
Maybe we should do a controlled test of that at some point. I'll take the live wire out for now, but I'm still hopeful. Still hopeful teeth is the way. So that spell cooldown was... hang on. Am I still using... the bad egg? Yes. Let's try body room. Live wires are great skin. You have great skin. Boom, roasted. L plus ratio plus complement. Okay. It's coming along. It's existing. Does Curse Wit work well with this build? Curse Wit's kind of one of those things you could just slap on like any build and be like, hey, I'm crazy strong. Yeah, Curse Wit will work well on this build. As long as you keep it broken. Tried out the Greyborn Burr build, I cannot die. It's so tanky, right?
I scribe my name in legend. I can
Like, you have so many safety nets. It's very hard to die on that setup.
I'll not suffer the likes of this.
And maybe Teeth Gun would feel better if I had more fire rate. Maybe an amp weapon? Amp melee weapon? Get more damage out of the shot itself. Just kind of thinking out loud. You better gear for it, but I'm at 18,000 health and just keep spamming my ability. Yep. It's very fun. What killed you? Oh, the trap killed that one, I guess. Man, that was a big chunk. I suppose that'd be, body rune bonus element on Blast Gas. Doing that much to the flesh. Or not Blast Gas, Blast Kill. Goddamn Nightbot. J-Bridge. Nightbot has just got it in for you, man. For it to make all your mules spell shot in order to get +1 inventory space. True. True. Yeah, Body Rune's too hard to beat on this setup because it's not only a bonus element, but it's a heal on kill. And that heal on kill is huge. Especially because my Livewire and my Banshee are going to be killing so many enemies aside from the one that I'm hitting that it's just going to let me wail on that initial enemy a lot more. Body Rune is maybe too good. Body Rune, Cursed Wit are like, I don't think it's as problematic as, you know, Buffmeister, but it's definitely like, you could use things that aren't these, but you're doing it to not use those rather than them being better options.
We meet at last.
See, all the ads dying just keeps re-upping my Berserker capstone. That's so toxic. Remember LimeWire? I do. Old moment. Old moment. Would the convert damage to other damage affect the bonus element? Depends on if the bonus element has its own damage source. I don't know if the Body Rune bonus element does. If it does not, then it'll inherit whatever it goes off of. So if it does not, then Body Rune element triggering off of Blast Chill would indeed scale with ability damage. You wouldn't download a fucking car, would you? Not with these gas prices. There we go. Topical joke. Boom. Referenced. Peak comedy, chat.
I can catch no more.
See, I like Blast Gas because it's... or Last Gas, excuse me. Similar names. Because it's specifically for shoot more, but Curse Would is do everything better. Right. Everything close? Yeah, yeah, everything close. But, it's hard to find a situation where you're not close to something. I mean, maybe in bossing. Last Gasp is probably a bit more useful there. But Body Ruin is like, if you've ever killed anything in the fight, there you go. So I can think of a couple isolated situations where Last Gasp is going to be a go-to. Particularly the ammo regen on Last Gasp could be really nice for certain raid boss fights. Reference plus W plus topical plus Dark Miner of reality. Too real. Also gun build with melee gameplay. Fine, I'll switch to another gun base.
This is good.
It's melee, my brother. My brother and Randall. It's been done. True melee that doesn't suck. Now Livewire makes it stronger, but it works without it. Melee Randolph. It's May. Lay. Wait. It's not May. We can't say that for a month. Ow. I just popped my action skill. That's so rude.
Did you really think I would stay down?
What's the highest bayonet values you guys have seen on weapons, by the way? Like, the melee bonus on weapon cards? Anything stand out in that department that could hold? You know, that isn't Livewire. So I like having Livewire alternatives. Someday I shall lay with the May. Imagine backseating the streamer. No, that's just... Daze is a melee enthusiast, and we've had many conversations about what led to true melee being kind of a less desirable playstyle in, say, Borderlands 3. So he's just referencing a few of those conversations.
Many must fall. I left.
$25 is highest I've seen, but I stopped looking. I have 20 on this. 25 on this. I need to start looking at guns more for that. Yeah, if anyone ever happens to find a weapon that has like a really high card bonus to melee, feel free to like ping me in the Discord with that. Because for research purposes, I'd like to know. Because I really want to continue to show that, you know, Livewire isn't the only way to melee. Now, it's a way you can improve your melee for free. But, you know, I prefer showing alternate approaches as well. 6% on liquid cooling, 25. You like the enchant? Just the weapon. Just the weapon. So, like, see how this has 25% melee damage here? That's a bonus you get from this blade on the weapon just for holding it. Now, in the previous game, in Borderlands 3, you could get up to 160% on a melee weapon with the correct parts. There was a unique weapon that gave even more than that as well, but on non-uniques, it was 160% on certain kinds. So I doubt the values are going to be that big in this game, but I would like to know what the biggest value is. I'm totally using Livewire on Nightmare Days, and you can't stop me. Probably won't get the one cycle this time, because I messed up and went directly into the charge. Five-headed.
The champion returns to the field.
Poor Wyvern loses the each becomes an enemy type.
Better get my...
Great sword. Great sword is pretty great. I wanted a DPS race. I did not win.
I am not so easily rescued. Now that's more like it.
Anything I care about up there? No. You're a creator of this game? What do you mean? I'm a content creator. I'm on the content creation team. I'm not a game developer. Think Buffmeister is mandatory for Melee, or you're just showing off how dumb it is? It's not mandatory. I'm just using it because it increases the damage on a niche playstyle, but also because it gives movement speed. I could use something else. We can do a run with something else. Buffmeister just, you know, it helps. Can I put on here? Spellcast damage dealt. Do I have an arcane bolt spellcast damage dealt? You know, that'll be fine actually. Yeah, we'll do a non-Buffmeister run, just to show you can. Finally got a cat I can bow with damage bolts. Definitely backing up the save to get Jam and I won't brick it. Understandable. Ooh, volatile salmon with ancient. That's useful. That's useful. Good drops. Good drops. Thank you, game. Title is a little confusing, as I thought for a stranger stream. Realized you meant content creator team. I don't really know what else to call it, but I do get your meaning. Twin Soul has 125% crit damage. Huh. Not titled bio? Yeah. Get your skeep yet? I've not gotten the skeep yet. Guess I take that Twin Soul. Not using a skeep at the moment. I'm trying not to crutch on certain things too hard, so like that's why I'm signing myself for a non-Buffmeister run. That's why I'm trying not to use the skeep on every run. I occasionally don't hold the live wire. Like, as someone who's preaching a lot about, hey, don't crutch on items, I want to practice what I preach, you know? Put my money where my mouth is. Bunnies holding out. They really are. They're very stingy today. Until they give you a chaotic Banshee with Echo. Cool. Useful. Definitely roll that. Try that one out. They are still stingy, though. Okay, let's roll that Banshee. If we can get Consec swings on that, that would be pretty good to have. Well, there's a few enchants that could go well in that slot. Maybe we finally try out the spell charge one if we can get it on that. Okay, don't brick. Just don't brick. Hey, there we go. Easy. That was relatively painless for once. Okay, got ASA lightning damage as well. This could be pretty good. This could be pretty good. Let's throw some more stuff in my bank, because I don't like only having one slot open. But I'm a hoarder, and I can't make up my mind on what to carry with me. We'll put that salmon away. Let's put the twister away as well. Twin Soul can go away. That one too. Good for now.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Hoarding is the name of the game? That it is. That it is. Get down here. Get. I popped my action skill and the enemies fucking ran away from me. Fine, I'm going to the Dragon Lord statue. And I'll have my own enemies. With... You know the rest of the game. Hoarderland. You know if damage that counts as non-melee for Echo to be efficient? Also high? High not HP. I think we do with the live wire chains. And the dots.
magic begin!
No, this is gonna be scuffed. Trapped hearts. Ugh. Wonderlands 2. 2 wonder, 2 lands. I like it. The wonder in the lands, Bright Hoof Drift.
Whither shall I go? Sword, wibbles, or recover? Right, you need ammunition, don't you?
Oh, game, you're giving up on me. There's too much happening on screen. My game's like, nah, you've been open for hours. Stop. But I can't stop, won't stop. Oh, I saw on Twitter yesterday some people were comparing playtime on this game, and I just felt terrible about myself. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I felt like, wow, I think I have a problem. Because it was like, I have 3 days played. I have 5 days played. Oh wow, 5 days. I'm over here with 7. Fucking 7. Like, awkward.
Shall I slay you?
Fucking Cyclops. Yeah, the Iron Spotter are getting paid to do it. Some of them are. Some of them are, McG. That's the thing. Some of them are. I had me in high school with Final Fantasy X. One of my teachers said he played it, and I was like, yeah, I have like 40 hours in the game. I was like, oh, I have 750. Yep. Some people on some games are a different breed. Me and these lands games, I put in a lot. Now, of course, I work long hours playing the game, and that's a big part of it, and I help maintain a lot of community resources, or at least provide areas that people can share those community resources. But a lot of it is just, fundamentally, I play a lot. I experiment a lot.
This is
Friend of my dad has 17k hours total on WoW. He was a 4-year-old teacher. I mean, WoW's been out for 18 years. That's not that unreasonable. I have over 6k in Borderlands 3, and that game's not yet 3 years old. So, yeah, if you played WoW for like 10 years, yeah, that tracks. No age limit for enjoying games. Very true. You guys know my dad plays games still. My dad's favorite game right now, Halo Infinite. He still plays it. He's done like 6 playthroughs. And he is in his mid-60s. Still a gamer.
the body rune heal is so crutch right now. Oh. I'm just tanking off and killing all the little lads. And between Livewire and Banshee just sending out, and Blast Chill, there's so much AoE happening. I finally stood in too much shit.
I am not so easily bested. I can do this all day.
Pigwort, I need you to calm the fuck down, sir. Fucking Pigwort, chat. It's him every time. He's my nemesis. Pigwort just causes me to unalive. Stop! What is happening? What is this corner? Let me out of here. I don't like this. I don't feel safe. Melee with Livewire? Yeah, every other melee hit while holding a Livewire causes chains. You can eat my ass, Pigwort. He's so rude! All my hatred for Manvark and BL3 has transferred to Pigwort. Oh, we got him. We got him. Ooh. Pigwort is the 5th hidden boss. Pigwort is a raid boss. Nothing can change my mind. Ooh, melee crit damage on that. Take that ring. Nothing can change my mind. Pigwort is a raid boss. Pigwort can go fall in a hole. And it's intended, it is. The arcing from Livewire is an intended mechanic of the weapon. I don't know why they would make only one immediately apparent stat stick for meleeing again, when that was like a big point of contention in the previous game. But it could just be we haven't found other alternatives, which is part of why I was asking about melee card bonus, because there could be something that has more, some certain combination of parts, for example. So, always do research. That was a very fast room. I should look at more weapon cards in the name of this research I just mentioned. Static Charge, the gun. Yeah, Static Charge is an award in this game. Can't make assumptions after a week or so. Exactly. Well said. A lot of stuff still undiscovered, and we were still finding new things about launch mechanics in Borderlands 3 2 years after release. So, I always assume there's more. Always. Oh, the enemies can... Oh wait, this is my first time getting this one. This is the Mimic one. Yeah, this is my first time seeing this one. Yeah, the enemies can die from the health leech pool thing as well. That was kind of faster than I wanted it to be, but hey, we did the Mimic stage. Ooh, face accessory. Mimic round? Yeah, there's a Mimic only room you can get in the chamber. It's a unique layout too. It's got these pools everywhere. Never had that room. I've heard about it a few times. It's my first time being in here. It's a unique layout. I do hope we see a lot more Chaos Chamber rooms, because there's a couple that you only see in, like, overworld encounters. And then there's this one, which is only, you know, this. I'd love to see more. Is the pools in drill room? Yeah, there's in drill room, Dragon Lord spawns them, Banshee spawns them. A few different enemies are associated with that kind of pool. Looks awesome? It does. The map designers in this game did a fantastic job, by the way. Like, there's no map that I actively dislike, and that's the first for, like, a lands game. There's been a map in every other one that I'm just like, I'm here again. My most hated map ever is Sawtooth Cauldron. In case anyone was going to ask that. I will never pass up a chance to dunk on Sawtooth Cauldron for just being... But in BL3, there were a couple maps I'm like, hey, I really wish they would design more maps like that. And then they did that in this game. They're like, oh, you like that? Okay, we'll make more like that. And they fucking did. It was amazing. Borderlands has to adhere to a franchise. Wonderlands is able to be basically anything environment-wise. Yes, and that's one of the many strengths of it being a new IP. And the fact that they're consistent in their terminology being like, hey, it's a new IP. It might have been an offshoot of the Borderlands universe, but it is a different thing, and that gives it so much potential with the creativity. Also, some water puddles are super duper clear and bright. I don't know how to describe. They look really nice. Water visuals? That's nice. This is Banshee again? Ugh. Still haven't figured out Banshee on this. It keeps happening, and I keep being like, oh yeah, I'll do something about it, and I never do. I never do. Can I buff myself for this? Just as a treat? Just as a treat. Gotta, so regardless of your answer, I'm going to. NSA Ghostblade on the Banshee? Well, it doesn't do damage, so... In this particular setup, Ghostblade does negative damage. I would rather shoot this liquid cooling in this melee build. I tried Ghostblade earlier, and I was like, oh, wow, you don't do anything. Could be because I'm using a slow weapon. Burned my ammo faster than I thought it would. Stop making those puddles. It's toxic, literally. sir. This will take a while. I could use some pistol ammo. That would speed this up. I got some.
Energy set.
Gotta save with Chaotic Tooth Fairy Gun, put it in Discord, feel free to use it. Ah, thanks, Dex. I appreciate it. That's huge. Thank you. Yeah, the community saves channel has been very useful so far. Appreciate everyone who's been contributing to that. It's really helped people try out new classes, have some storage space, distribute some items that they don't want to brick. Community effort.
Healing potion, eh? Nice. My conscience is clear.
Okay, you know, we did a no Buffmeister run, right? Right? That's what happened here, chat? We never used the Buffmeister at all. This entire run. Not even for Banshee, who we killed with melee only. Right, chat? See? Melee. What Buffmeister? Yeah, I didn't see anything. Wish the Magic Barrel shotguns had way higher status effects. That would be nice. Some sort of rework to Magic Barrel shotguns would be nice. Easily owned with melee. It's just Banshee. I need more specific gear to deal with Banshee in an actual melee sense. I would either need to do some dot stuff, some Stabo Capstone stuff, if I was gonna actually, like, you know, swing her to death in a reasonable amount of time. I have killed her with melee, it just takes a while. Or I'd have to get like a really good Ragnarok or Fatebreaker, maybe a Mage Staff. Maybe Mage Staff. Does the Mage Staff actually hit Banshee, or is it too ground-based? Does anyone know? Anyone tried that? What happened? I don't know, Multimedia Ace. I don't know what happened. Chaotic Bloodbag. Frost Clawbringer. Meh. Look like guns are actually just far away. True. I suppose Bonk Zap isn't as important of a combo on a non-cryo one. I suppose on a Dark Magic Buffmeister, you're looking for Bonk Ka-Chow for this build. We got Zap Bonk over here, though. Are these bricked? One of those is bricked. Pew. One of these is bricked. I don't remember which. Bonka Chow with Frost. Yeah, I was gonna use Arcane Bolt for a while. I was just looking. The resetting on my new Xbox. Let's go. Yo, bunnies, are you okay? Did I do something to offend the bunnies today, chat? I have questions and concerns. What are you? Chaotic Ragnarok? Ragnarok with Echo is nice. I'll take it. You did? Shit, you're right, Lil Rob. I did do that thing. It's the lack of skeep usage. Yeah, could be. Bunnies ain't having it. They ain't having it. We'll do another run. We'll do another run.
Now that's more like it.
We'll do one more, I think.
You getting the messages? See you soon, I expect.
So, I really want more Banshees, chaotic or volatile, with elements.
Have some fun. Good luck.
Certain configuration of Buffmeister, I guess. But I'd rather just do it with this Arcane Bolt. I think we're gonna attempt to do. Maybe I want a different enchant here, because if I have this Arcane Bolt, then I can afford to just, like, use on spellcast in this slot. Or just this one. I don't know, we'll see. The on spellcast ones have very short duration, and I have to stop swinging, so maybe I do want to just go for the more action skill ones. So yeah, this is no Buffmeister. Though the thing with Arcane Bolt and From the Shadows is, like, I'm always getting the refund as long as I hit while my action skill is active. Maybe I could run a Thurge. Ooh, maybe I do that. Because if I'm using Arcane Bolt so much, I can use it during my downtime. Because Thurge over Bloodbag would be, like, a play right now. Do I have a Berserker Thurge? Losing the Berserker power up there. So what I could try now is, whenever my From the Shadows ends, I just use Arcane Bolt to, like, get it back. Along with Berserker Capstone. Yo, Bad Karma, how's it going? Good to see ya. Bad Egg's really nice for melee sustain. See, I didn't think of that. Yeah, Bad Egg is good. It's just, downtime is... Like, when your Bad Egg isn't broken, it does nothing for you. Whereas Body Rune, as long as you've killed something, it does something for you. Yeah, Arcane Bolt comes back instantly. That's pretty nice. So many ways to get action skill cooldown back in this setup. Honestly, with Ancient Hilt and Thurge, I wouldn't need Berserker Capstone for regaining uptime, but Berserker Capstone for duration is too good to give up. And my final goal isn't a Thurge, I want to Skeep. But maybe I'd be willing to budge on that. Check my phone while doing the Dragon Lord. Beautiful. Build's feeling nice. As we get more and more optimal damage stuff, we can move away from Livewire. Which we can already do, just a bit slower. Trying to make a stab, great focus on spells, boosting dark magic damage, having trouble figuring out which spell is best to use. Anyone have suggestions? Quaking Sunders are really good for mobbing damage, Window Fan, and you can get them in the dark magic element. They cover huge areas, hit lots of enemies as long as they're on the ground. Reasonable cooldowns, so you can get lots of different parts of them. You get more charges, better cooldown, crit damage, status damage, etc. And they do roll in dark magic element, so you could absolutely do that. Concentrated magic barrages are charge-up ones that have very, very high damage, and with the Blast Gasp skill can outright one-shot bosses. But naturally, with that level of damage comes powerful status effects as well, so even if it doesn't one-shot an enemy, it'll put a pretty strong dot if you're trying to do status. Tooth Fairy. You're not real! Thanks, I'll keep an eye out. Very welcome. Sorry, I have pent-up aggression towards the Tooth Fairy. Yeah, Smart Armor from the Shadows is a very fun combo. I really want to try more stuff with this. Because I'm not really leaning into the dot side of things at all right now. I could tweak my skills to get a little bit better at that. I don't want to do the Sabo Capstone stuff on this. I prefer the Berserker Capstone for uptime. Gives it a little more identity compared to other things that have already been done. But I like this. Like, if I did get a Caustic roll on a Banshee that I'd wanted to use long term, like, which one? One of these has a Caustic roll, right? Was it the Fire one? Yeah, the Fire one has a Caustic roll. I could do that, move around some of the Stabble points into dot stuff. And the dots are going to be critting during From the Shadows especially. So that could be some good damage. I still haven't tried a Salmon with dot stuff. Does it actually stack up 5 individual poison dots, or is it just one that increases in strength per hit? Been using Glacial Cascade just because it's like good for default, think it can get better. Glacial Cascade's good. It's got a very fast cooldown for a damage dealing spell. Rolls in a good element. And isn't going to be part dependent or anything. So, yeah, Glacial Cascade's a great starting point. Twister spells are also pretty good for damage. You can get one of those. They can roll in various elements, and it'll do a second element as well. Homies, you want to come down? Thank you. In terms of skills on this as well, I think I'd want either 3 haste, or just instead of this class distribution, I'd want a Berserker Claw one, so I could get Blast Chill. So 2 out of 1 Blast Chill. I want to move more and more of my damage out of Livewire. We're able to do this comfortably without Buffmeister, which is good. Yeah, just a bit more crit damage. This ring was a really lucky roll. Mood Ring with melee damage, cooldown, melee crit. That's really nice. This is just regular chaotic with melee damage and melee crit, but yeah, keeping an eye out for more rolls like that. Oh, this is a fast run. Time flies, I suppose. Nightmare again. Beautiful. Yeah, third is good. Let's switch to Skeep. I was not paying attention. Get down here. Stop doing that and jump down. I don't want to have to shoot you while you're up there. It's extra.
Laying low by the light.
There you go. Poorly timed. Wish my skeep had been available there. Saved me a little effort. There we go. For no particular reason, I just wanted to minimize how much I... Okay, why does this happen? Sometimes Nightmare's loot is just perfectly in one little spot. Okay. Let's go. RNG, be kind. That was a lot kinder than the last couple. Chaotic Scarlet Claw. Honestly, trying. Only one Wrath of Nature, but ability damage, it's trying. Arcane Bolt with 2 crit chance parts and a crit damage part. Universal Soldier, not trying too hard. A cube. I appreciate the gesture, game. Let's go melee weapons. One more Banshees. Oh no. I'm cursed. The cube. The cube has a high dot. I know Stone Swan's trying to do some stuff with it. Curious to see how that works out. The game might be telling me to give up on this Banshee for a while. Awkward. That was a lot of crystals. Oof. So what's the max crit damage on a melee weapon? I think it's 30? I want to say it's 30. Yeah. The Claymore, it looks to be 30. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that on my Banshee when I eventually get the one that I'm after. RNG Quag check, yeah, he's nowhere to be found. But anyway, so this is the melee build. It's a work in progress. But I'm really enjoying my time with it so far. I still gotta get a much better skeep. There's a bunch of weapons I need to experiment with. We're looking for stat stick alternatives to Livewire. I gotta try out some more science with the teeth gun, the Tootherator. Could be pretty good. Tootherator pincushion, maybe? Maybe. A better smart armor could always help, but smart armor from the shadows, definitely fun. Yeah, experimenting, tweaking things. But that's gonna be it for today's stream. So if you guys enjoyed, drop a follow here on Twitch if you're not already. I do stream 6 to 7 days a week, depending on how I feel. The maybe day is the Sunday, but at least 6 days a week, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I got a YouTube that I neglect that I'm eventually going to put some build videos on. I have a VODs channel for stream archives, so all streams get thrown up there. Follow me on Twitter for updates and stuff. Join the Discord for lots of community resources and also just people to play with and theorycraft with and all that stuff. Let's see who's live so we do the raid thing. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom. We're on PP%. See, Birdman's on. Lazy's doing some Berserker Addict stuff. Love to see it. Lots of people on. Lots of people have been streaming. It's been a while since we've gone to Pascaroni. Could do that. Let's go to Birdman. Let's go to Birdman. He's been on the grind. Let's get him some more love. Okay, join the raid. We're gonna say hi to Birdman, another content creator who is doing wonderful things with Wonderlands, and always does cool thematic stuff. I always like to see what kind of characters he's trying to incorporate into his builds, and you know, characters from various other intellectual properties into Wonderlands, Borderlands, Outriders builds, all that kind of stuff. So cool vibes over there. Raid message we'll do. Just go ahead and spam Qua. The good old Qua spam. Any suggestions for Bereaver? Just can't seem to kill bosses with it. We're about to raid, so don't do it in Birdman's chat, but you can come back to my chat and do ! Skeep. That'll show you a highlight. It's about a 9-minute explanation of me explaining how my Bereaver setup works. So you can try that, guys. Cool. But copy that, and we'll go say hi to Birdman. I appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll be live tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I just... What's up, Quack?